everyone. Wendy Emilton and John Palmer.
Great.
And we're recording. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Mayor Peckford, as most of you know, and I'm here with council colleagues. And for the purposes of today's procedures, we will be turning it over to Mr. Gary Dyke, our Chief Administrative Officer, as per the bylaw that is framing how we're approaching today's interviews. So over to you, Mr. Dyke.
Thank you, Your Worship. Welcome, Mr. Palmer. And thank you for your interest in filling a vacancy on North Grenville Council with the departure of Deputy Mayor McManaman. Just for your information, Council has received copies of your background information that you submitted with your application ahead of today's interview, and they've had an opportunity to review that. By bylaw, today's interview is limited to 30 minutes. I will ask you 3 questions that were approved by the Council and that were made available to you ahead of today's interview. You'll be provided 15 minutes to provide your answers to the questions. Council will then be provided additional 15 minutes to ask you questions based on the information provided in your presentation. If you're ready to go, sorry, Mr. Palmer, any questions on that, on the structure for the meeting session?
No, completely understood. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. I'll now read the 3 questions, after which your 15 minutes response time will begin. The clerk, Ms. Babcock Cormier, will notify you when there are 1 minute left. She's a sign she'll hold up in her screen in your allotted time. So with that, I will begin. So Mr. Palmer, please address the following questions. Number 1, what prompted you to apply to serve on council? 2, what experiences from your personal and professional life do you see as strengths in shaping how you approach serving on council? And 3, what are the most important issues that North Grenville is currently facing?
Excellent. Well, first, let me say, good morning, Mayor Peckford and members of council, and of course, everyone else here and the community members who are going to be watching later on. So last time I checked, my street hadn't yet been plowed. So it's a good thing we have that opportunity to use technology so well. So I do want to give that little bit of a background as to why I sit here today. I'm putting both my name and my personal reputation forward to serve on council. The short version is this. I was going to run in the upcoming municipal election anyway. But the longer version is maybe more complex and yet more simple at the same time. And it's around that word serve. So serve on council. So, my dad served in the military. I didn't have the means, I'll say, to serve in that same footsteps. But I built a career serving in different ways. So I've been a public servant for my career. And throughout that entire career, I never forgot that I was serving taxpayers. In my second role as a professor, I believe that my job is to serve not only students, but also that I'm indirectly serving whatever businesses they start or choose to work in after they graduate. Of course, I serve my family. We all want our children to have a better life than we had, and those kind of elements. And then add to that, I have served my community in various organizations as a volunteer. And serving is just kind of that nature of what I have spent most of my life doing. So I'm a member of the community. I've built my forever home here in this community. I shop in the community. My children go to school in the community. To serve on council is really that next opportunity to serve my community. So in terms of experiences, so this really nicely segues into what is it about me, both personally and professionally, that I bring to my approach to serving. I could highlight my education, but education really is just a foundation. It's, in the long run, it's how you apply the learned knowledge and experience that really matters. I could highlight my 30-year background with getting the right value for taxpayer funds. I was once responsible for a $30 million annual budget. I could highlight the words of a former boss who described me as a bridge builder, someone who sees that large strategic plan and then somehow finds a way for everyone to succeed inside that plan. But instead, I want to focus on a little bit of a different experiences, and that's those of ensuring that voices are heard. So I'm a member of a number of often ignored groups, and sometimes it's by proxy. So bear with me for a moment. So number one, my wife is a visible minority. And I have unfortunately actually witnessed racism inside our community directed at her and my children. My oldest daughter has a very significant disability. And as a parent, I've had a lot of trouble in the community trying to find appropriate resources for her to ensure her future success in society. And we have many people with disabilities in our community. I also have friends and family members who are in same gender relationships and obviously have seen very hurtful things said and done. And then up until up until 2019, when my mother died, I was her primary support. She was 90 years old with dementia. I was fortunate to have resources to keep her safe until those final days, but I know that not everyone in our community does. So what I'm getting at here is that those who are often the most silent are the ones that need to be heard most. And I've experienced this myself regularly. And so this has made me a believer in identifying and understanding all stakeholders and giving voice to those who may be afraid or unable or sometimes unwilling to speak. So perhaps, I mean, above all, that's that stakeholder understanding and these other groups, and my understanding of them is perhaps one of those biggest strengths that I could bring to council. So this takes me then into what I personally think are some of the most important issues that we as a community and all of its stakeholders are therefore facing. So, I mean, I could bring up the very tangible items, the jail, the 43 expansion, the long-term viability of our landfill. I mean, we all know these are ongoing. They're key pieces of what North Grenville is dealing with as a whole. And there are things that our entire community is obviously very concerned about. But I honestly think when I read that question, that this isn't what you want me to talk about. You want to know about me. So I see the main issues in the community as falling under this large umbrella theme of keeping our sense of community. And there's a couple of elements in here. So first in this theme is the idea of planning our growth. You know, as we all know, I mean, Ottawa is minutes away on the 416. The improvements that we're going to do on 43 are really just going to make more of North Grenville more accessible more rapidly to people from the downtown core of Ottawa. And then, of course, due to this perfect storm of COVID-19, skyrocketing housing costs, this new paradigm of work from home that's going to continue, the fact that we're now from this time and distance perspective so close to Ottawa, it is having that direct effect that we've all seen on the community. Record numbers of housing starts, influx of new businesses. And so the first set of issues around this planning our growth theme is number one, how do we meet the needs and demands, I'll use the word demands, of new residents as they come to us? They may have been used to a certain set of amenities when they come from larger centers. Number two, how then do we meet the right combination of those needs without putting a burden on our existing residents through massive tax increases, or even worse, by burning through what have been very carefully planned reserve funds? Thirdly, how do we maintain our key community assets that make us us, the Old Town Kemptville, the Kemptville College campus, the Ferguson Forest, the South Branch, or Kemptville Creek, whatever we want to call it? How do we keep those intact through this growth, but also vibrant? Number four, how do we provide the medical, recreational, business, appropriate costed housing, not just to those we're welcoming into the community, but those who are baby boomers, retirees, long-term residents who've raised their families here, and that the community is, for many, already becoming more and more expensive each day. So number five, it really is, how do we ensure that throughout this growth, we continue to be the safe community where neighbors continue to look out for each other? Which then leads into my second theme. And the second theme is what I've called rebuilding trust. This is especially true in our post-COVID or new reality or whatever we're going to call this going forward. we need to learn as a community and as council what the last 2 years have taught us, both the good things and the bad things. And we need to rebuild our faith in trust in each other and in our community and in the institutions that serve us. We know, you just have to look downtown Ottawa right now, a lot of angry people, and for a great many reasons. So first in this rebuilding trust theme is, rebuilding trust in our various levels of government, including at the township level. Second is rebuilding the trust of our local business owners, so they know that they have the support of their municipal leaders and, of course, their entire community, so they can reboot and regrow and become what we know they can be, which is successful businesses in a growing community. Third is around rebuilding trust in that fabric of our community by providing the supports in society for those who've been hit the hardest, whether it's COVID or job losses or housing costs or whatever the case may be. And finally, into this theme is rebuilding the trust in each other. I mean, if you remember those images, back in March 2020 of, I think it was from Italy, where people were singing from their balconies. And it was kind of a reminder to each other that, we're still one community, we're still there for each other, even though we're separate. And I think over the last 2 years, it's been a challenge. We've lost a lot of that trust. And we need to get back to trusting our friends, our neighbors, our businesses, our municipal leaders, and rebuild that sense of community and society. Or really, in the long run, none of this other stuff matters. If we don't rebuild that trust in each other and sense of community, we're just a place to sleep in. We're not a place to live in. And so I think actually council has a very important role in helping to rebuild that trust among all those elements. So in the end, growth in our community is inevitable. We're not a bubble. We can't, though, be willing to sacrifice our community spirit and our community nature and our funding to feed that growth. We need to grow in a careful, planned, safe manner that respects what North Grenville and our whole community truly cares about. I mean, we're not Ottawa, we're not Barrhaven, no, nor do we want to be. We're North Grenville and we're a community. And that to me is what our biggest issue. Thank you very much. I certainly have lots of time for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. And for now, I'll turn it over to members of council that may have follow-up questions for the information you provided.
Certainly.
Members of council. Mayor Peckford.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Palmer. We appreciate you being here today, as we do all candidates. I'm curious, you spent a lot of time on that trust theme, and it's something that I think is important to any person in an elected position, certainly, or in the public service. So in the context of North Grenville, where do you see that trust breaking down? What would your efforts be to rebuild trust, and where do you see that it may be broken? Perhaps you're speaking more generally, but specifically to this community, I'd be just curious to hear a little bit more.
Well, I mean, under COVID-19, we've had a lot of challenges. And I actually think the council's done a very good job at this point at trying to be very strong, very supportive, and all those things. And we've seen businesses who have violated rules and regulations, and we've seen the challenges of that. And we've had MPPs from outside the area come in and create challenges. And I think we've, as a community, have tried to stand very still, but I think there's still that wedge that has been driven between some members of our community and other members of our community. And a lot of people, of course, like to blame government for, I'm going to use the word, for getting us into this mess, whereas I think the role of government has been to lead us through the mess, and regulations are a requirement for our personal health. How the element here is, how do we remind businesses and our members of our community that, look, our role was to keep you safe. We've gotten you through 2 years. of often confusing mandates, of health challenges, of health mandates, of all these kind of things. And here we are today supporting you as a community. Here's our next steps. Here's our next steps for businesses. It's really that reminding you that we work through together and that we have those supports, we have the funding, we're still going forward with projects like 43 and things like that. We'll build our community. And I think that the best way to show trust is continuing to rebuild and continuing to help our community and business people succeed.
Thank you.
Sorry. So thank you, Mr. Palmer. Councillor O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Dyke, to Mr. Palmer. You mentioned building bridges or being described as a bridge builder. I like that term. And as a counselor, we often get calls from residents who have concerns about their neighbors. And there is ongoing conflict sometimes between the newcomers and the people who've lived here for a long time and enjoy a certain rural way of life. And then newcomers come in and have different expectations. And as you mentioned too, some people move from big cities or big centers and expect the same level of services that they had in those other centers. So what would your first step be when if you were a counselor and you received calls from residents, either on one side or the other? But anyway, what would your first step be, please?
Well, obviously part of what we're doing and what council's role is to set that longer term strategic plan. And so number one, having that understanding of what that long-term plan is probably the biggest key. And knowing that and having read documentation and knowing where we're going and right now where our finances are, especially post-COVID. I mean, I understand that. The simple reality is if someone moves here from Barrhaven and says, we need an indoor pool. Yeah, we probably do. You're right. Are we ready to provide you an indoor pool with today's finances and today's overall things? No, but let's talk about how we can get there. And it's not going to be tomorrow. It's not going to be next year. It's and we begin that process of understanding, applying it to that template that is our strategic plan, seeing where something like this can fit, seeing if there are public-private partnerships and those kind of things that could perhaps go on towards it. And it's really then managing expectations both of the newcomers and of course, the long-term residents and building that bridge. Because, there's a lot of long-term residents that would love an indoor pool as well, right? But they're expensive, especially right now. I wouldn't be surprised if over the next couple of years, post-COVID, we start seeing some grants to build such things as well that may be beneficial. But right now, it's one of those, okay, let's document, let's see what we can do in the longer run and build it into that plan. Again, not something you want to burn through reserves on. It is something that you certainly want to build with the right strategy, the right plan, the right funding, in the right model. And so it's any call like that is applying that template, that strategic plan template and managing expectations.
Okay, thank you for that. And certainly that's a long-term issue that
Okay.
I was thinking more of conflict where a neighbor calls up and says, the kids next door are making too much noise on their dirt bikes, or the snowmobiles are too close to my backyard, and move them. So those kinds of things.
Okay, so
How would
okay.
you deal with that?
Yeah, we certainly live in a very different community than Barrhaven, where the snowmobiles are a regular, in and out of our ditches on a very regular basis. Again, part of that is around setting expectations as well. So thank you for reframing the question in this kind of a thing. When people move to our community, they need to be aware of the nature of our community, that we are a rural community. We appreciate the ruralness of our community. I was obviously at Township Hall just yesterday, and those lovely documents. We give out a folder to our new residents when they come and ask for it. Maybe we need to be a little more proactive with that, by the way. This is our community. These are the services. Well, maybe we also have to really focus them. So setting expectations from the beginning that, hey, we are a snowmobile community. Now, on the other side of things, snowmobiles shouldn't be driving in my own backyard. I mean, I know I have an acre lot, and I've got lots of nice trees back there, but snowmobiles shouldn't be running through there without my knowledge, shall we say. This morning, lots of snowmobiles could go through. Having those, setting expectations from the beginning, having that communication with the complainant, hey, this is, understand what your concerns are. If it's truly illegal, okay, let's focus on what we need to do to get proper signage, those kind of things. We don't want people out there doing vigilante justice in any way, shape, or form. Let's explain what we are, the nature of our community. Let's follow some processes. Let's make sure that everyone has an understanding. And even I know the Snowmobile Club, and I'm kind of following down your path a little. There are members of the Snowmobile Club that are frustrated at how snowmobiles go off trail. Look at what happened in the Ferguson forest area and the tree farm last year. I don't know if it's happening as much this year. We haven't had as much snow until this morning again. But people will go off trail. And that's an unfortunate reality. How do we stop them from doing it as well? So set the expectations for newcomers, but also remind the people who are using our existing functions as what their responsibilities are as well. And so somehow we bring together those expectations and responsibilities to a middle ground.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Palmer. We have 10 minutes left, and we have a question left from Councillor Barkley. Councillor Barkley.
Yeah, I lowered my hand because I think Mr. Palmer's covered much of what I was asking, but since we have some time left, maybe I'll try to ask the question in a different way. And it's to your comment about balancing the demands of new residents again with the expectations, I guess, or without placing burdens on current residents. So, there's expectations, as you mentioned, in terms of services and lifestyle. So what can council do to sort of bridge that cultural divide? You started to answer it a bit, but maybe you could expand on it. It's basically the same question, but in a different way.
That's good. I appreciate that. So, I mean, I grew up in a small town that was, 8,500 people or 8,000 when I was born. And we lived for many of those decades with an outdoor pool, and it was great, and it was famous, and it was well known, and the Historical Society still loves to print those pictures of that outdoor pool. That community now is probably 10, 11,000 people. It has an indoor pool. It has, different sets of resources that were able to come in as part of an evolutionary phase, as opposed to, all at once, this is your expectation. So although that community got an influx of people from Windsor, London, Toronto, Kitchener, who were used to those, it took a long time to phase them in, and that was a good thing. We need to show newcomers what we are. This is, I don't want to say this is what you got yourself into, but this is the culture of who we are. I mean, I love culture. Organizational culture is one of my biggest topics. And of course, I'm an environmentalist as well. So you moved here for a reason. And it wasn't just the houses are less expensive than Westboro. And it wasn't because you get a half acre or an acre or whatever the case may be in some parts of North Grenville. You came here for community. You came here for those kind of things, the quietness. You came here for lower taxes. Well, the minute we start cranking up those services like pools or indoor pools and more arenas and all those things, we're cranking up the taxes. Now, maybe some people from Ottawa are okay with that. I remember my taxes when I lived in Ottawa, and I wasn't a big fan of them. So it is setting a long-term plan. I mean, when I worked with Shared Services Canada, the department had just been created. I was responsible for helping to create that 8-year strategic plan for that department on how we were going to spend $500 million or more over the next 8 years. And so putting that footprint on, and so putting some of those amenities on that long-term template gives people, even current residents, that hope, that expectation, that preparation that if we're going to start, collecting and diverting reverse and saving some reserve funds towards it, that pathway is there. Again, you came here for a reason. Remember that reason, but let's still become that township of 2025, 2026, whatever it's going to be, that has the services at the right price at the right time for people.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. We have a very brief, we have about 2 minutes left for a last question by Councillor Strachan, and we have about 3 minutes left in time limit. So, Councillor.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Guy, and thank you, Mr. Palmer. My question is very quick, and hopefully you'll be able to provide a quick answer. So you mentioned ensuring underrepresented voices are heard in our community. And so while the municipality and the council's role is to represent all residents, it is also our biggest challenge in ensuring that folks that you don't normally hear from are able to be heard. So in the limited time that you have left, what improvement, if you could find one single one, would you make to ensure that those voices do have a way of being heard and can communicate directly with council? Thank you.
Wonderful question. Thank you for that. I think sometimes we are reactive, sometimes more so than proactive. And so, when I teach stakeholder management and stakeholder awareness and all those things, it's that knowing at all times who your stakeholders are always going to be, and then understanding issue by issue whether they're going to be involved or not. So if you are engaged with the whole set of stakeholders, and we've got thousands of them, I recognize that. If you know who they are and that you come up with an issue that is going to affect them, that opportunity to be proactive and possibly to communicate with them in advance saying, hey, this is what's upcoming now. We know this is something that's in your wheelhouse. Is there comments you'd like to bring forward, or you'd like us as council to bring forward on your behalf? And so that being proactive, it takes time. I don't want to say it's expensive, but time is money. It is expensive, but by knowing your stakeholders early, by engaging them early, by reaching out to them when you think they're going to be involved, it saves you time, and it saves you money, and it saves you concerns, hopefully in the later side of things. So being very proactive is, instead of purely reactive. And I know over the last couple of years, we've had to be tremendously reactive, but I think, getting it out there and understanding who they are first, and then asking them is the first step.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. I don't see any questions, and I thank you for your taking time to come and interview and apply for the vacancy right now. Just so I want to conclude by just advising of next steps and process. Council will be interviewing candidates throughout the bulk of the day. Anticipate some preliminary deliberations at the end of the day for council. This will be followed by final deliberations and considerations and decision on February 22nd. On the council meeting February 22nd, with an announcement made shortly thereafter by her worship. And with that, again, I thank you and enjoy the rest of your day.
I appreciate everyone's
Thank you, Mr.
time.
Palmer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care.
And now for the people that have joined us for today, we'll now take a quick break. Our next interview starts at 9:45, and we'll re-engage at that time.
Thank you. Admitting Mr. Sorrell now. And Mr. Sorrell has joined the meeting.
Great.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Sorrell. How are you?
Good yourself. Oh, video. There we go. Sorry about that.
Good. It's Mayor Nancy Peckford. Of course, you're here with all of council today. And as per the bylaw that prescribes the process to fill a council vacancy, I'll be turning the meeting over to our Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Dyke, and he'll walk you through the next steps. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Sorrell, and thank you again for your interest in filling the vacancy on North Grenville Municipal Council with the departure of Deputy Mayor McManaman. Councilors received, just for your information, councilors received copies of your background information that you provided to us, and they've reviewed that ahead of today's interview. By bylaw, today's interview is limited to 30 minutes. I will ask you 3 questions that were approved by council and that you were made available to you ahead of today's meeting. You will be provided 15 minutes to provide your answers to the questions, and then council will take an additional 15 minutes to ask follow-up questions to the information you provided from your presentation. I will now read the 3 questions, after which your 15-minute response time will begin. I will let you know that the clerk, Ms. Baput-Cormier, will advise when there's 1 minute left in your time allotment for the answer of the questions. And so, Mr. Sorrell, please address the following questions to council. Number 1, what prompted you to apply to serve on council? Number 2, what experiences from your personal professional life do you see as strengths in shaping how you would approach and serving on council? And 3, what are the most important issues that North Grenville is currently facing? Mr. Sorrell.
Thank you very much. So originally, throughout my life, I've always gravitated towards getting involved with or leading and working in groups I participate in. Even back in the day when I lived in Rockland, I was interested in doing something in city council, but unfortunately I felt at the time speaking French would be a hindrance to serving that community properly. So I put aside my ambitions at that time. So I felt now, based upon the opportunity, this is the right time and place to put forward what I think I can bring a good practice to the town. As far as my experiences, I've had varied experiences over the years, very wide, considerable relevance to from education, volunteer work experience. My education background is honors commerce from the University of Windsor. And one of my first post-university job postings was with the Department of National Defense. And I joined a fairly high-level group in the Financial Policy and Procedure Group. I became very well experienced with government funding, spending, policy procedures. Shortly after that, my next career change was going into as an internal business process improvement consultant for national defense. The nature of the job included many different types of studies, and to many very high-level contacts. I gave studies to base commanders and even to the D&D Surgeon General at that time. But over time, I got more involved in IT. And so I got so proficient at it that I was actually offered a job by a former manager to work as a full-time IT administrator. And I basically got to be paid doing a hobby. So it was something I really couldn't resist. And did that job quite well for a year. And then I was shortly tasked to amalgamate many multiple service desks from multiple departments into a single point contact service desk. That went very so well with the product and the process that my current manager at the time asked me to join him in a private new company to sell, consult, implement, and train using that same software, using that amalgamation. And since that time, since about 96, I've been in a private business ever since. Sorry?
That was background noise. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Earl.
Sorry, no problem. I was in that company for 4 years and I became an independent consultant, and I had to deal with many clients and so on. But I found that as a single source independent client, I thought it was better to join somebody else. And I was another partner for an employee of mine. We joined into a company in 2005, and that's my current company now, of RJR Innovations. Things went very well. We had some up and downs, but by about 2017, as my things weren't going as well as they should have, we had unhappy vendors, our employees were a little bit disgruntled, some of the clients weren't being serviced as well, and I thought it was clear that we need new guidance and direction. It was at the point, I'll be up front, that we were facing imminent bankruptcy, and I felt a change had to be made. So I made an offer to my business partner, who was president at the time, I was vice president, to buy out the company. So by 2018, I sealed the deal, and I was able to make changes to both our finances, and I was able to rebuild back positive relationships with my vendors, employees, and clients. In fact, a lot of those employees, 6 of them have been with me and are still with me. Many have been with me for 6+ years and some as many as 12. So the company's doing very well these days. And, despite COVID, we became a successful company again, and we're doing quite well. As far as my experience in North Grenville, I moved here back in 2004. And just some personal learning experience, I had to become a sole parent back in 2005. And my daughter was only 8 at the time. And at the same time, I started that new company with my former partner. I had to have much flexibility. I had no relatives, and the nearest ones I had were in Toronto. I had to juggle my time as a new business owner, but still keep my employees and clients satisfied and happy. But at the same time, priority was giving my daughter proper guidance and care. I am happy to say she turned out to be a wonderful person, despite maybe whatever lacking skill set I had at that time as a solitary parent. But I was able to learn on the fly, and things went very well. On the volunteer side, I've always had a tendency to get involved with something and want to get involved in running it. I never just like sitting back and let people do the job. I started playing softball in the late 80s, and after a couple of years, I became president because I didn't like the way it was being run. I did it for a couple of years until a job transfer, and even I had to do it for a 3rd year. I got begged and asked to do it for another year while I was out of town because the other president quit. I started playing touch football in Ottawa and quickly became involved in the coordinator for the ONTFL. At that time, it was the largest touch football league in Ontario and probably likely in Canada. But even still not just playing the playing part, I decided that I wanted to become an official. So I started becoming a full-time official for touch football and got involved in rules. And one of the things we had to do in 2004 was rewrite the rule book from scratch. And to this day, I'm a signatory in that document, and our rule book is still used today across Canada in touch football. Now, part of that, the reason I bring that up a little bit, because by 2015, the situation in Ottawa for touch football, non-contact football, was in dire straits. There was many competing bodies fighting for the same high schools and elementary schools. No one was happy. So I, with a group of other people, decided to create a new source organization, single source, called the National Capitals Officials Association, and which I helped create. And I resided as president for 6 years until I gave it up in 2021. We did very well. We became the single source for all the clients, for youth from 12 to adult, men, women, elementary schools, high schools, clubs. We even officiate a league in Buckingham, Quebec. Now, as I said before, I get involved. 2018, I got a new pet, a dog, and quickly found out that the Ferguson Dog Park opened up that year. It's great. So I went to become a user, and sure enough, I couldn't just abide by just taking my dog to the park. I became a member. I finally took a board member position, which today is now just me. And I really think that I'm part. So that comes to the point where I think now is the time where I think I get involved in the North Grenville Committee by being part of this council to test waters a little bit, make sure that that job is right for me and I'm right for the job. In general, as far as that job goes, where I think I bring to it is that I'm not necessarily a party focused person. I'm not necessarily a liberal, conservative, NDP. I tend to be a fiscal conservative, but I have an understanding that social requirements are required by society as a whole. I'm a very person who believes in evidence-based decision-making, but I'm also very keen on taking advice from experts because I don't pretend to have all the answers, and I will listen to staff and experts to help make proper decisions. So I realize that the position is very short-term in nature. There's, in some sense, there's not a lot I can do in the sense of big movement, but, I realize that there is a gap for a short term, that there's a workload that has to be helped out with. Any decision I make or vote on, it will not be focused on to be future elected. the choice I make are going to be right for what I think for a community. I'm not worried about making everyone happy. I'm not even worried about making the same people happy each time that something comes up. Any choices or changes I support, we'll see if they make sense to the community. And then if I decide that at some point this is the right thing for me and I want to run for a position again for actually go through an election, the choices I made will help me, the community will then decide if I've done the right thing. Looking at the situation for Grenville, I think the most important issues facing it is to have a sustainable and affordable growth over the next many years. As Ottawa becomes more expensive to live, and it's a big neighbor to the north, many more people are looking to our community as a desirable place to live. And that's going to cause growth pressure. And what's really important, we need to handle this growth and require an increase of infrastructure, both deliberating costs, and do in such a way that the residents, both young and old, are going to be happy and satisfied living within North Grenville. For us to survive as a community, we need to find ways to make North Grenville more connected with the Ottawa region, but not at the expense of our independence. And for that, I think the council will give me the time to speak with you, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Sorrell. So at this time, I'll turn to members of council that may have questions for Mr. Sorrell at this time. Mayor Peckford, your worship.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sorrell, for being here. You did speak of that sustainable growth, certainly an area that's been a big preoccupation of council, I think, both current and former. Do you have any reflections on what that sustainable and affordable growth looks like from your perspective? What council could potentially do differently, or what you would bring to the table in terms of making suggestions around managing that growth?
Well, the one thing, it's easy prime around here, and I guess it's got more pressure in the last year because of COVID, is really to have some type of housing, more housing, whether it's apartment or, affordable housing in some ways. We can't control the market, so that's not something that we can direct control, but there may be ways we have to find a way, whether to growth and make some ways and plans to increase these housing, and whether it's agreements with builders, developers, and try to maybe find ways to have more, especially rental properties. We're very short in this community's rental properties. There just seems to be every day you just read about people just begging for places to live, and it just doesn't seem an option available. Even, the costs are just shooting through the roof too.
Thank you. I'll leave it there, but thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Barclay.
Thank you, Mr. Dyke. Mr. Sorrell, you took some time to go through your experience, work experience, and how you've been involved in the community. Most recently, I guess the last thing you landed on was being on the committee, the dog park committee. But back to the original question about what prompted you to serve on council. Is it fair to characterize it that you've always thought about being on council, and you were just this was an opportunity to test the waters, so to speak? Is that a fair characterization?
I think that's very fair. Part of the last 5 years, especially 3 or 4 years ago, when I started a new company, my daughter's situation, there's only so many time slices I had. So between the sole parent, the starting a new company, and then of course, the starting the new company by myself, a lot of pressure and not the time to do it now. As now my company is more self-sufficient. I like to have my staff who can run independently. Without insulting McDonald's, I don't want to be a McDonald's manager. I don't want to micromanage people. It's not my style. And the people staff I have now are very self-sufficient in doing the job they have. So I do have more time and effort. And in fact, to be honest with you, giving up the touch football officiating president helps release a lot of time as well. So that now, as you said, I have more time to slice and to feel like I can now give it a proper dedication to the job.
All right, thank you. Mayor Peckford, a follow-up question.
Yeah, thanks. And again, we appreciate hearing about your extensive business background and where you are today in terms of leading a company. Where, given your very intimate experience of evolving that company, where do you see that professional insight lending itself most well to the municipality? How do you, where do you see those things marrying up, or what do you think, the experience you've had in building up that company, where do you think that brings the most relevance in serving the community in an elected position?
One of the things about our company has been, even though it's IT based, the company's always been focused on IT business improvement. Yes, we do software and we sell things, but it was servicing clients to make their goods better, not just installing software. We had to, talk to clients. And I've had various clients, everything from North America to hospitals and retail and government and cities. Basically 30-40% of our revenue over the last many years has been US based, but we've had, multiple varied levels. So I've had a wide varied of going into situations, sometimes weeks at a time, to talk to people and what they're doing, how their business run. And I think just based on my experience, just how things run and just how that process background helps with a sort of financial basis of, how money should be spent or how it can be spent, including what I've done in the government to see how government spending works. It's not just, it's a different counting system, it's different methodology tracking money. So it's, it's federal is obviously a little bit different than municipal in some ways, but still there's a lot of common connections there. So it just the ability that I like to feel I know how to talk to people, I know how to get information from people, I know how to work with people, because when I go to client sites and what in the past, I had to find ways to talk to these people and get what they really need, work with people to help make decisions, come to agreements. And that's true as much with my staff as well.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McManaman.
Thank you, Gary Dick. Ron, or Mr. Sorrell, we'll call you. You're looking to replace my position, of course. Question for you. You mentioned your business background. That's great. And so I just want to touch on that a little bit. As you may or may not know, I've been self-employed all my life, 36, 37 years. Had several companies and had lots of employees as well. With council, it's a little bit different ballgame, of course. Here we are all equal. We have one vote. The mayor, of course, is the head of council, but again, she only has one vote. So can you tell me about a time when you had to work as a team member?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because you bring that up, because one of the things that I pushed when I built that organization for the National Capital Association, yes, I was president, but I made a draft constitution. I was always very clear to people that of the 6 of us, I had just one vote. And if 5 people or 5 of the 6 say something different, then obviously, guess what? I must be wrong. And we go that way. I was always very strongly pushed that even that situation, as even I was president at that time, I'm a single vote. And I'm very much like the idea of working collaboratively, even among my company. Many times I technically I'm the decision maker, but many times I'm not out discussed by my staff and end up doing something different than what everybody proposed because they make a better argument than what I have. In the end, I have to accede to what, okay, you know what you're saying makes more sense. So as much as even my company now or my past experience, I really try to make so you work as a group. And in this case, city council is different and just one vote. And obviously everyone has a different opinion, but we all have to find some common ground. And sometimes you're going to win. Sometimes your point of view may never be seen. And you just go along to the next situation, next challenge.
Thank you. Councillor Strachan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dyke. Deputy Mayor just stole my previous question, but I've changed it up. So I have a new question for you. So thank you very much, Mr. Sorrell, for joining us. You mentioned a few things regarding people, making people happy, keeping people happy, or not simply making decisions about keeping people happy. So
Right.
I guess, there's lots of choices that we make, obviously, in the best interest of the community. And that is a challenge. So maybe if you could expand upon that a little bit about the challenges that you see coming forward and how you would deal with it when you talk about trying to keep current residents happy and that aspect of growth and what that means to make other decisions that may ultimately make current residents unhappy because of the longer term picture.
I guess in a sense, I'm not just there to say, I'm going to vote this way to make this XYZ client happy or this resident happy. I'm going to have a set values of what I think is correct for the community. And sometimes what I believe in, maybe 60% disagree with me, but I'm still going to vote certain way because I think that's the right thing to do. Maybe sometimes we go some decision that's going to make 80% of those clients happy. In a sense, the community, part of the council's job is you can do the things you feel is right, that you believe in that you have your standards and your priorities. And in the end, if you make certain decisions, you have to live with them. And maybe next election, your community's gonna say, I didn't agree with what you did the majority, and I can put someone else in. So we can only do what we think is the right thing to do without always regarding to say, this must be done because I'm not going to be perceived as being the right guy. Now, obviously, we have to listen to you have to listen to the residents and see what they need and what they are, because that's important. But in the end, we have to use our experience and with situation to make choices and decisions on information that they or may not have at the tips. And our job to vote is, when you're voted in, is to make those decisions and to live or die with those decisions on the next election. So I'm not too concerned with the fact that what I do is just solely to be electable the next time. That's just not the job I don't believe the council should have, or any government should have. It's there to make decisions that your platform you may have when you came in and took that, and always knowing that there are some times you may have to change. Things happen between when, a year ago to now, where different information makes you make different decisions, and just live with those decisions and let the chips fall in how they may, based upon what we do.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are just under 10 minutes left, so we'll have time for one more question and response. Councillor O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief because the Councillor Strachan also kind of stole my question too, so I'm going to reframe it a little bit. Thank you for putting your name forward, Mr. Sorrell, because from experience, I can tell you that it takes courage and it takes a desire to serve the community to do this, and good shoulder pads. You mentioned affordable or attainable housing and more rental units, and sometimes that creates conflict with the people who've lived in this community for a long time, and seeing that kind of growth in their backyards is sometimes stressful, and change like that is hard to accept. So we often get calls from people who are maybe our friends, our neighbors, people that we know in the community, with concerns about the what's going on really in their backyards. So before you actually get to the council table and start voting on something as a council, there's a lot of dealing with residents on an individual basis. So can you just give me an idea what you think the most important step is when you get those sort of phone calls or concerns from people?
I'd say listening. And I find it funny to go back to the dog park, because obviously the former mayor used to be a dog park person, and I used to laugh because people would come up to him all the time and start asking me questions about things and bring concerns. I found, let's let the guy be a dog owner for a day. Because sometimes you just want to be not the mayor, but it's tough because you're out in the community and people see you, and they want to ask you questions, they have concerns, and sometimes it's hard to have a normal life, I suppose, when you guys go anywhere, whether it's to the grocery store or to the dog park. But I mean, main thing I guess is listening, but I guess some ways it's listening, but you can't obviously say, well, this is my decision, because at the beginning, you can't, I don't think you necessarily want to make it sound like you made a decision before you've discussed it in the council or before you have all the facts. So I guess the main thing is just to listen to people and acknowledge their concerns, and knowing that maybe in the end you're going to make a decision that's your next door neighbor's not going to be happy with. And next time we see them after a vote, they might say, geez, Ron, I don't like you very much today. Or I don't like the council very much today. That's just the nature of the game. And today, it's what did you do for me today, not what you did for me yesterday, and you bring the neighbors that NIMBY, not my backyard. It's we're going through that whole pressure of the jail, not in our backyard, and it's a frustrating for a council, I'm sure, because, and I'm going to sidetrack a little bit here, is that it's sometimes I get tired of hearing, well, you council, you must do this or else. And the same thing I sometimes do with my companies, like, what is the or else? What can you demand or else? Sometimes you just got to make it the best of what's there and go with it, but improve what you have and stop trying to fight against something and just go forward and make what you're being forced upon you to work better in your best situation. And instead of just always being adversarial with everybody that you're trying to do some deal with.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more questions from members of council? If not, again, thank you, Mr. Sorrell, for submitting your application for consideration today. Just in closing, I'll provide you with the next steps in our process. Council will be interviewing throughout the bulk of the day the other candidates. Anticipate preliminary deliberations today. It'll be followed up with final deliberations and decision being made on February 22nd, with an announcement to be followed thereafter by the mayor and council. Again, thanks very much and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Bloom is just connecting to audio. And Mr. Bloom is now joining the meeting.
Your worship.
Okay, good, thank you. Mr. Bloom, I've just had a bit of an internet issue, not surprisingly, here in North Grenville. So I can't see you, but I can hear you, and of course, welcome. We appreciate you being here today, and I'm going to turn things right over to Mr. Gary Dyke, our Chief Administrative Officer. As per the bylaw, he will walk you through how we're going to proceed today. So thank you again, and of course, you have all of council here with me today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Welcome, Mr. Bloom. And again, we thank you for your interest in filling the vacancy on North Grenville Council with the departure of Deputy Mayor McManaman. Council has received, for your information, Council has received copies of your background information package and have reviewed it ahead of the interview today. By bylaw, today's interview is limited to 30 minutes. I will ask you 3 questions that were as approved by council and that were made available to you prior to today's interview. You will be provided 15 minutes to provide your answers to the questions, with the remaining 15 minutes being allotted to council to ask follow-up based on the information you provided in your answers. I will now read the 3 questions, after which your 15 minutes will commence. Our clerk, Ms. Babcock Cornier, will notify you when there's 1 minute left in your time allotment. So, Mr. Bloom, please address the following questions. Number 1, what prompted you to apply to serve on municipal council? 2, what experiences from your personal and professional life do you see as strengths in shaping how you would approach serving as a member of council? And 3, what are the most important issues that North Grenville is facing today? Mr. Bloom.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Dyke, and thanks for the opportunity. First, can I verify you guys can see me and hear me okay? Excellent, thanks. Okay, so listen, the first question you guys asked was, what prompted me to apply to serve on council? Well, it took a lot of thought. I found out, almost as soon as Jim it was decided he was moving on, and it was like, wow, I was shocked. But I immediately thought, wow, is this something of interest? And I put a lot of thought into it. In fact, you guys saw that in the letter I submitted to you. I spent some time because this is important and it was worth the time. So as outlined in the letter, for me, applying to council or to be serving on council kind of boils down to a couple of things. First and foremost, it's this longstanding passion for the public service and serving the public. I've spent my life both professionally and personally doing that. I can't seem to get it out of my soul. Right up with that is my insatiable desire to make a difference in the lives of fellow citizens. It's almost pathological, my partner would say. I just can't stop. And I put in a lot of hours, but it's really what makes me happy and keeps me going. I also thought it'd be a great opportunity to build on some of the things I've been trying to do in our community already. Many of you know I volunteer on a bunch of things. I sit on a number of important boards. And on a personal side, I consider myself a dialogue facilitator through my many online surveys. Hopefully some of you have answered, and certainly many of our community have participated in. I also thought it'd be really neat to be part of a team working towards the same goal. The proverbial sum is greater than the parts. I've been part of a bigger team for a long time, but I would really love to be part of one again. It's been a while. I also thought it was a good opportunity to move deeper into the issues and opportunities that I have myself seen in North Grenville that I've already been involved with. Two top of mind were ECDev and housing in particular. And it's also a pretty important stage in North Grenville's development. And I thought, wow, you know, even with the limited time left in this council's term, there's a new strategic plan that's just been put forward. There's an economic development plan and strategy that we have to put in place. Kemptville campus is now just finding its footing. And of course, the proverbial questions around the proposed correctional facility. These are all things between now and the end of the term that are pretty hot buttons, and I thought I could help contribute to. I also have to say that I've certainly enjoyed working with council and staff in the opportunities that I've had. And I thought, you know, given I have some familiarity with quite a few of you, that would help in such a short time left in this council's term. I also finally felt that, you know, I have the time now to do this the way I would want to. Most of you know I have a 4-year-old at home. She's now in school full time. So I actually have more time to do the things that I like to do and things like this. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to fully immerse myself. Now is the time I've got the opportunity. So your second question, Gary, was, okay, so what about my experiences, personal, professional life, and how would that kind of shape how I would approach serving on council? Well, on the professional side, I spent almost 30 years as a public servant, and that really helped equip me to understand what it means to serve the people and what it is about putting them first and their interests first. For me, it's ingrained. It's as simple as walking down the street. That's how I think. That's how I was made to think and how I enjoyed thinking for 30 years serving the public. My background itself provides a lot of lessons that I think would help me serve on council. And even in that professional setting, a lot of the public policy issues that I took on over the years, I think would really be helpful in some of the issues that council is now facing. And I kind of thought of it, and in my letter, you kind of saw it. What were the things that most defined me from those many, many years of experience? First and foremost, for me, every dollar, every taxpayer dollar is precious, and you treat it with respect. Didn't matter whether I was moving, $10 billion in seniors benefits or dealing with, small grants to communities. Every dollar counts, and you have to treat it that way. Work hard and always give it your best. It may seem simple and obvious, but this is hard work, and you have to be committed to it and put that effort in. Rely on common sense. I can't underscore that enough. If you lose sight of that, you quickly go down a path that can be quite troublesome. And common sense and the things my parents taught me have served me well over the years. I also remember, and I used to tell this to staff, little things can add up to make a big difference. I used to say, if we can do one good thing a year, that's great. One good thing a month, better. A week, really good. A day would be fabulous. So again, it's not always going for the big bang. Sometimes it's the little things that can make a difference that can build up over time. And I've learned that practically speaking. Be patient and also enjoy being part of a diverse team. If you don't enjoy working with others, and some people prefer, a different path, this isn't the kind of thing for you. And it's certainly something that's, given me a lot of energy over the years. I'm also a person, and I think I've shown that many times, who enjoys thinking outside the box. I love the blank slate. Give me a blank piece of paper, couldn't be happier. Having said that, for those of you, certainly on council who worked with me, I'm a guy that loves the facts and loves the analysis. I won't stop, and you have to be driven by that kind of stuff, or else you could end up going down a path that really isn't warranted given the facts. I've also learned to welcome opportunities and big challenges. I love them. The bigger the challenge, the better. It's scary, but it's a lot of fun. And perhaps most importantly, in terms of all that professional years, the importance of acting with integrity. Say who you are, do what you say you'll do, and be honest with people and treat them the way you yourself would want to be treated. It's what my parents taught me, and it's certainly what I've learned through life. So that's very much the professional side of me. There's also a business side of me. And I think that part of me is the thing that keeps me the most grounded and practical in the things that I do. And I think those are important for any member of council, to be like that. My businesses over the years have taught me what it's like to start from scratch. I thought, can't think of a better example where I just came in, my horse farm outside. I'm not a horse person. I love fixing things, and the horse farm certainly provides the opportunity to do that. But it's just another example in my life of, I'm going to start something I don't know, and I'm going to do the best that I can at that. Also, in terms of what that might help me bring to council is, listen, I run businesses. I run a number of businesses, and I've learned the realities of what it takes to run a business. Meeting payroll can be scary. Doing payroll, even scarier. Taking smart risks, putting yourself out there and making your idea successful in a market. That's not easy. And that's what the businesses in our community are trying to do. And I think that would be something that would be fun to bring to council as well. Community contribution. From the moment I moved into North Grenville, I jumped in with both feet, trying to do whatever I can to make this community that little bit better through the things that I can bring to the table. And it's also helped me understand the needs of North Grenville and our communities, the communities of people, and literally the communities around us. And that's a helpful thing I think I can bring to council. The three things I'd like to highlight are my enduring, never-ending, constant passion for seniors. It was the reason I went ahead and joined the board of the Senior Support Services Leeds, Grenville, and Lanark Group. A great bunch of people. Makes me so happy to be able to do that kind of work. Small business. Yeah, I'm a small business. And when an opportunity came to join the board of the Grenville CFTC, wow, super fun. I have a background, of course, in regional economic development, and being able to bring that to a regional economic development agency has been so much fun. And it's helped provide me with insight into some of the challenges and opportunities faced by small businesses here in North Grenville, and of course, more broadly in Leeds, Grenville. And of course, in terms of community contribution, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about housing and economic development, things that I've really, again, dove into. I continue to do whatever I can to help council and staff on those files. Joining the Mayor's Task Force on Affordable Housing was absolutely a buzz. Some of you know, because you sat on that with me. I loved it. I gave it everything I could, and I'm continuing to give everything I can to support staff and council on this file. And I think that's a lot of fun. CEDAC, Community Economic Development Advisory Committee, love it. I actually sat on committees like this in the past in other communities I was in. And again, it's just a lot of fun to sit with like-minded people trying to help make a difference in our community by doing little things. On the personal side of life, that really is who defines who we are. And I think those are the things, again, I can bring to the table. I'm a stay-at-home dad. Never did this before, and I've had 3 kids, but with my young one, this is what I've largely been doing. Toughest job I've ever had, toughest job. Life on the farm and living in a rural environment. Those are also things that I think are fun to bring to council and to help bring that perspective, to that. So at the end of the day, what do all these things add up to? A person who seeks practical solutions to problems, person who loves to try and get everybody in the tent and build consensus. I love looking for the win-win scenario, but recognize that isn't always possible, and it's certainly tough if you're a member of council. The broad skill set I have is wonderful, I think, and could be helpful. And finally, patience and a desire to listen. Those are the things that really I think I can help bring to council. Lastly, Gary, was your question on the important issues North Grenville is facing. I actually thought about this and I realized every issue I came up with, I thought was also an opportunity. 2 sides of the same coin. It's a cliche, but really I found as a public servant and certainly as an elected official, our job is to go, how the heck do we keep flipping the coin back to opportunity, even though people see it as an issue? So every one of these things, I call them my IOs, they're issues and opportunities. First on my list is, of course, the rapid growth of North Grenville. So many of you know I'm a numbers guy, I'm a statistician by education, and there's no question we're getting bigger and faster than almost any other community in North Grenville. It's a challenge to maintain the diversity and character of that community. And we're not a subdivision of Ottawa. I got to tell you, sometimes it feels like that, and that's not what I want. And I don't think that's what the citizens and residents of North Grenville want. Council's already on some really key questions here. How do we, meet that growing population's needs, parks and rec, the central services, and how we deal with demand on that? Planning and zoning, are we keeping it nimble so that we're able to meet our needs now and tomorrow? And the balance between the people who live here now and the people who want to come here, all challenges. Second on my list was the economic development strategy that's going to be coming. As I said, there's a lot of change coming to North Grenville because of its rapid growth, but it has so many great assets: geography and transportation access, its population, amazing citizens, the natural assets we have, our forests and all those rivers and streams, and the base of businesses. So for me, and I've said this before, I think, the key to any good strategy is to find the key variables and align in sequence how they get done so that we're maximizing the impact with our limited resources. And that's really what I think would be a load of fun. And that I think will be manifested in the new economic development strategy that we're just starting to work on right now. Finally, on this front, in terms of the ECDev side, we're like a little business, so we have to be like super smart with our money and, invest it wisely. And my favorite part is you got to put the sweat equity in. And that's what this community has been trying to do, is put that sweat equity in. And that'll make a difference in developing that strategy. Third on the list, housing affordability in terms of challenge. Well, I've already kind of alluded to this. We all know we lack housing. We certainly lack diverse housing, whether you're purchasing, renting, or simply trying to find a safe place to sleep. This community has been on it. I've tried to be on it, and we have to stay on it. And I think that's wonderful that we're putting that effort into it. On my own side of things, and some of you know, it's not just affordable housing, it's housing affordability that I think is important, and particularly for rural residents. I find the further you move out from Kemptville, the greater some of these challenges can be. The cost of energy, when you're not, attached to the the natural gas grid, can be tough. There are great opportunities within our community to advance geothermal, which isn't easy given some of our own rules that we have, and other things like that. Broadband, wow, one of the mayor's favorite files, one of the ones I enjoy too. Really happy that we've had connectivity, but I'm a guy that kind of is really happy if I have 10 megabits coming down, which I think I do right now. So we're still online. But I guess the bigger concern is, if we don't really hit on this, we might end up with having a community of information have and have nots. And that's bad. It's bad for kids who need to go to school and have to do it online. It's bad for businesses that are trying to run it. It's bad for people who just deserve a quality of life with better access. Running out, fourth on my list was the proposed correctional facility. You got to kind of talk about it. And I'm going to just boil this down to, listen, it's the kind of thing that has the potential to divide our community. I've run 3 surveys on this, and each time that's what comes back to me, that there is, a risk that, different camps are being created. And I think this is one of those files that really can challenge counselors. There's so little scope of influence for council on what's really a provincial decision, but the impact on the community is so high. What do you do? And in that sense, I think council's doing the right thing. It's listening, trying to convene people and bringing them all together. And that's the key, keep people together. Last thing, and I'm done, in terms of that issue and opportunity, I actually thought about North Grenville staff. I've been a staff guy. I know what it's like to be in a place where there's incredible demands, lots of priorities being set. This is certainly an active council. Don't see that changing over the rest of its term. And that brings a lot of pressures and challenges. There's also like a real buzz and excitement when you're part of a startup. And staff are, kind of the engine of that startup. They're the ones making everything happen. And, North Grenville's been around for 24 years, but that's like a baby in the life of many, many communities. So, that's really exciting. So pressures, excitement, and so much is changing, like, my goodness, all of these, community, committees that council created. It's a ton of work. I've watched staff work hard on it. It's wonderful, just wonderful. Right. Maintaining that close relationship also is going to be super key.
Mr. Bloom, if you can just wrap up for us, please.
Gary, guess what? Last comment. Take care of staff and they take care of you. We're done. Thanks, Gary.
Thanks very much. I hate interrupting, but I'm on a clock as everyone else is. So, so with that, we'll now turn into 15 minutes for council follow-up questions. We'll start with Her Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. And my internet is holding as well, and I'm right in the heart of Kemptville. So hopefully together we'll get through this. Obviously, your ear has been to the ground, and you've been part of some extremely crucial conversations when it comes to services, access to services, access to broadband, natural gas, better housing choices, and on it goes. Where, given your very, I think, close attention that you pay to this community in your various roles on a variety of committees, would you flag any missed opportunity? And I appreciate that you flagged what the opportunity is, and that some opportunities have more momentum than others. In your experience in this community, do you think there's a missed opportunity or an opportunity that we should have pursued with more vigor, given your recent comments to us?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I don't know if it's a missed opportunity, but I think I would have sequenced priorities a bit different. And I've said that before on committees, that I really think the importance of getting an economic development strategy in place would have been the first thing I would have done back when we started creating some of these committees. So we're now talking almost 5 years ago. It really, to me, it's important because it sets the path and helps staff and helps everybody who's trying to contribute kind of prioritize what it is we do. Tourism is a priority area, but I ask myself, is it the most priority? Is it the first thing we should be doing? Maybe it's more about the farmers that are, make up a great part of the community. So I think if I was to do it differently, I would have put a lot of focus and energy on developing that strategy, early on, and have it help feed into the strategic plan. Having said that, it can go the other direction. My only concern is sometimes decisions get made and money gets spent and priorities get set without the fulsome analysis that I would probably think those kinds of questions would benefit from.
Thank you. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Barclay.
Thank you, Mr. Dyke. Mr. Bloom, this is the flip side of the mayor's question, I believe. Given that we have 8 months or more left in our term, what are one or two of the little things which you think are very important to take care of the little things? What are one or two of the little things you'd like to see accomplished? Something that you can drive in this short amount of time remaining.
Well, you're right, John. It's the flip side of the question, but it's ironically, it starts with my same answer, is we're in that sweet spot right now to develop an economic development strategy. The strategic plans just come out. In the next 6 to 8 months, I think that's a wonderful opportunity to really lay the foundation for that and kind of make something happen in that regard. So that's one. And the second is, and I know the work is happening right now, I do my best to help with it, is to keep going over the rest of this term on housing, on affordable housing and housing affordability questions. I myself am working right now. I'm trying to come up with some tiny home concepts right out there on the property. I want to work with Amy and some of the staff on some of these things. So my energy hasn't stopped on that. And we can do those things right now. We can continue. You guys have done some great jobs, with, updating the bylaws. There's lots more stuff to turn over, and the timing is right. The federal and provincial governments are on this. Our community, was ahead of the curve, and we've been on it. So I think those two things for me would really be the areas that I would love to, kind of lean into if I could.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Strachan.
Thank you, Mr. Dyke, and thank you, Mr. Bloom, for joining us today. Certainly I've seen your surveys. I have participated in them, and I've been on the receiving end of what you have gathered as far as information from our community. And they have certainly shown us given us some indication of where residents feel things have happened, haven't happened, met their needs, and so on in various respects. However, surveys are great to hear from people, but you need to find a way to be able to hear from folks that are beyond those that you would traditionally always hear from. And so my question, I guess, is focused on that ability to reach folks in our community who are underrepresented, and whether or not you felt that, via your surveys, there were some natural blind spots that were created because it didn't necessarily access those other parts of our community who we don't always hear from or don't always feel that they have a voice.
It's a great question, and the answer is 100%. You're right. You cannot reach everybody, and certainly those mechanisms don't. I'm the first to say when I get asked the question, is this really representative? No, it's not, but it's done for free, and there's a good sample size relative to our population and what you'd find. I mean, the municipality does it itself. It posts surveys excuse me, on its website, and people participate. The strategic plan was like that. But I think your point is well taken. It's how do you blend every piece you can in the communications toolbox, whether it's just meeting with people, whether it's the committee structure, whether it's taking the opportunity to to be in places where people are talking about these things. One thing I've learned, over the years as a public servant is the greatest power I ever thought I had was to keep my mouth shut. And you guys can see I can talk a lot, but to listen, which usually shocks people. But it's just the key is those opportunities to be able to listen. And you guys are in a unique position as council members to have more opportunities than the average citizen. And I think that's one of the things that in the time that would be left, I would really try and do is it's great to have all of that, gather lots of data kind of guy. But I think it's also wonderful to be able to listen to people. And that would certainly be something that would be a great joy to work on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor, we have approximately 7 minutes left, and we'll turn to a question from Councilor O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Bloom, for joining us today and expressing your interest. Under the important issues that North Grenville's facing, and you mentioned opportunities, one of the opportunities you mentioned was geothermal sources for heating. I just wondered, have you done any research into that? Because you mentioned that we do have current rules in place that prohibit that. And I just wonder if you've looked into that a little more. Is this something you would want to see us pursue?
Oh, yes, very much so. In fact, my partner sits on the Environment Committee, and I keep begging her to bring the item there. John Davidson actually lives in Oxford Mills, Ken Davidson. He does geothermal install. And I remember when we had the Green Ontario program, I had like 3 geothermal guys, and Ken came out here and he said, Mitch, the barriers are in our own municipality. And he told me the story of, some contamination of water over 20 years ago. As a result of systems that were, I think it was in a school. And, council took a hard line against it because of obviously the impact. But he then went on to tell me, technology changed. Most of Ontario is completely on side with the notion of, vertical as opposed to horizontal systems. Horizontal systems are great if you have a lot of space. I have 65 acres. I've got the space. But for those of us who ever take a shovel into the ground, and I love gardening in North Grenville, you go down about 1.5 feet and it's bedrock. So these are hard systems for us to put in place. And I think it's time for us to kind of take that half a step back and go, listen, where's technology? Can we do things that would be vertical, closed systems ideally, and that would be affordable enough to make them worthwhile? I can't stand propane. It's expensive. The mayor knows, I'm all over natural gas to Oxford Mills. I think that'll be wonderful. But I'm also a green guy. I've been looking at solar on the barn. Maybe that's a possibility too, because we use way too much electricity here on the farm. But I think we should have that geothermal conversation. I'd love to sit down with staff and understand it better. So you can see I've really been engaged on the issue. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Turn to Deputy Mayor McManaman for the last question. We have 4 minutes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I'm just weighing in as the liaison to the Planning and Building Department. Mitch, our staff are underway on this particular subject, quite in depth. So we should see something coming out well after I'm gone, but it is definitely underway. And so I'm sure staff were biting their tongue not to say anything. So I just wanted to say it is definitely something that's been on the radar for some time. We've had to make some changes to make things happen. So anyways, just to let everybody know it's underway.
Thank you. That concludes our questions from council. Mr. Bloom, again, I thank you and take this opportunity to advise you of our next steps in our process. Council will be conducting interviews for the balance of the day. Anticipate some preliminary deliberations today, with final deliberations, the decision to be made on February 22nd, at which point Mayor Peckford will make an announcement on behalf of council. So once again, thank you for your participation and interest.
Thanks so much, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Mitch. We appreciate it. All the best. Take care.
I'll admit Ms. Morley now.
Thank you.
Ms. Morley is just connecting to audio.
Broadband. In some respects, it's good that we've done these interviews during the day when the pressures on broadband are a little bit less. But hopefully we'll have Ms. Morley with us shortly. Ms. Babcock Cormier, is there a backup if Ms. Morley is unable to connect? Can she call in?
She can.
Okay.
I'll give her about another 30 or 45
Mhm.
seconds and then
Sure.
we'll call her.
Yeah, sounds good. Because Zoom accommodates a sort of teleconference option, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Okay, great.
We'll call now.
Okay, sounds good. We'll be here in case she comes on. I'm just going to turn my camera off for a sec. Thanks. Oh, I think Jocelyn may be with us. Ms. Morley?
Yes.
Okay, great. We were concerned
Yes.
about your broadband. Are you good?
For now.
Okay.
No guarantee that's going to last, but knock wood.
Well, if it's any consolation, my internet in the heart of Old Town Campbell also failed me mid-interview, so I understand.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much on behalf of all members of council who are with us this morning. We're very pleased to welcome you. And as per the direction of the bylaw, which is informing how we proceed with these interviews, I'll now pass it over to Mr. Gary Dyke, our Chief Administrative Officer, and he'll walk you through the steps for the interview today. Thanks again for being here.
Thank you, Worship, and welcome, Ms. Morley. And thank you again for your interest in filling the vacancy on municipal council with the departure of Deputy Mayor McManaman. Council, just for your information, council has received copies of your background information package ahead of today's interview and have reviewed it in advance of the interviews today. By bylaw, today's interview is limited to 30 minutes. I will ask you 3 questions that were approved by council and that were made available to you ahead of today's interview. You will be provided 15 minutes to provide your answers to the questions. And council will then be allotted 15 minutes to ask follow-up questions to the information provided in your interview. If we're ready, I'll now proceed to read the questions, after which your 15 minutes will commence. And I would note that our clerk, Ms. Babcock Cormier, will notify us when there is 1 minute left in your allotted time.
Okay.
So, Ms. Morley, please address the following questions for council. Number 1, what prompted you to apply to serve on council? 2, what experiences from your personal and professional life do you see as strengths in shaping how you would approach serving on municipal council? And 3, what are the most important issues that North Grenville is facing today? Ms. Morley.
Okay. Hopefully the internet will last, and I have some stuff written down. So hopefully I'll figure it out if you stop hearing me. Yeah, what prompted me to, I've always been engaged with municipal government. I've attended and watched council meetings out of interest and as to how it all works. Like when someone says, "What are you doing tonight?" "Oh, I'm watching a council meeting." I attended and watched prior to working with the paper. I've worked with the North Dundas Times for just shy of a year. When I was with them, I hope that something that I wrote would get people engaged. When a North Dundas councillor resigned at the time of the municipal vaccine mandate, the North Dundas Council just appointed the first runner-up in the last election. And so it's good to see that the North Grenville Council is getting people engaged and enthusiastic about participating on council. That's excellent. I've wanted to take a step further and run for council for a while. I decided to run in the upcoming municipal elections, and this opportunity came up around 6 months earlier than it would have with the election. I understand how the 2-tiered municipal system works. People seem so often disconnected from their government and how things work. It's how to get the people from the point of wanting something to change to actually getting it changed, and that it's an entire process, especially at the 2-tier level. And I've really tried to make sure that the people that are in my sphere sort of understand how it works. It's pretty intricate. I've paid close attention to both the North Grenville Council as well as the North Dundas one. I do live in North Dundas. I own property in North Grenville. They're very, very, very different councils. I've watched the North Grenville Council really make changes in how things are done in North Grenville. They were very welcome changes. There's transparency, accessibility, engagement, and being visible to the residents. This council's made a huge difference to the township and its residents, and that momentum has to continue, not only now, but through the next election. You need creative, enthusiastic, and engaged people, and I think I'm one of them. I've owned a piece of property in Sanderson Road on Sanderson Road in North Grenville for many years, like 30. The land behind us has been drained. It was a swamp. It was a wetland. It's near the wetlands that are associated with Limerick Forest. It was just cheaper to pay the fine than not to do it. Like pay the fine and then drain the land than it was to not drain the land. And I'm now aware how few biologists, et cetera, there are, and the ones that are there are burnt out. It's not enough funding, et cetera. I've also done reforesting. I've planted trees. We got trees from Ferguson in the 80s. We've had that property and it's 100 acres and we have planted a lot of trees right up until the last couple of years. The plan is to build a house there, hopefully sooner rather than later. My two kids also went through North Grenville District High School, and two of my kids are currently at Riviere Rideau on the campus. North Grenville's grown tremendously. It would be easy to just slip into being another bar haven. The current council has done a great job so far making sure that North Grenville remains unique and distinct. You've made some tough choices and done some hard work, like the skating rink, not being at Southgate, those sorts of decisions to revitalize Riverside Park, doing the skateway, saying no to the pool. That's obviously a huge decision to make, and one that is not necessarily popular, but it's fiscally responsible. Those aren't easy choices, and that momentum needs to continue. The second question, what experience from my personal life or professional life do I see as strengths? And which shape how well, you read the question to me, you know the question. I have a ton of experience working on boards, committees, boards, associations, et cetera. I've been the chair, I've been the president, I've been the vice president, I've been a committee member, I've been an area and a district representative. I've worked with people, very, very different people, and I bring people together. I can smooth out the edges. I facilitate communication between very different people with very different interests. I'm very good at finding common ground, and I also have a lot of experience teaching and writing. I'm good at communication, not that you'd know it this morning, but anyway. I've been involved in tackling some really important issues now and over the years. So many people right now are burnt out, and it takes a lot of passion and communication and ability to get people engaged. It always has, but now even more so. The pandemic has obviously taken center stage, but all the other stuff still needs doing. It's easy to say, oh, that's not important now because of the pandemic, except it is important. All the challenges haven't gone away. They've just become even more challenging with the pandemic. I've personally worked with a lot of different groups. I've worked daycares, condominiums board, AA, schools, hockey, lake association. I mean, the list goes on. Currently, just as an example, I'm the wildlife director for the Greater Bob's and Crows Lake Association. I got into it when I have camping property on Bob's Lake in South Frontenac. I got involved when the Osprey pole blew over one weekend. I wasn't even at the lake, and I found myself trying to coordinate a rescue when I was 2 hours away. So it became apparent that it wasn't just a cottage association, it was an actual lake association with some strong environmentalists and stuff. I was really glad. The Ospreys, in the end, the babies didn't survive, but I found myself, coordinating rescues and on a long weekend, and finding places for the birds, et cetera. Anyway, and eventually got a new Osprey pole put up, which anyway. Some of the stuff we do, we work with invasives. We work with the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority. We work on shoreline erosion. Bob's Lake is a reservoir lake for the Rideau system. So there's a 2-meter drop between the spring and the fall because of the Bolingbroke Dam, which creates a huge amount of problems. Anyway, algae blooms, rewilding in the event of erosion, to avoid erosion, but also things like grass cutting. There's a huge amount of education. People complain about algae, but then cut their grass and blow the grass clippings in the lake. Native species, plants and animals, the David Suzuki Butterfly Way project. It's also an SDG, by the way. Species at risk, habitat protection, pollution, including old septic systems. People are so resistant to all this stuff. So there's always a level of engagement and education. Alternative waste management, whether it be bio waste or whether it be like waste. there's three municipalities on our lake, so the coordination is insane. Alternative pest control, such as bat houses, don't kill the snakes, mice. Plant native wildflowers for hummingbirds and other birds instead of hummingbird feeders or feeders with birdseed. People say, oh my goodness, there's bears around. Well, yes, if you give them sweet water and seeds, they're going to come. So plant the flowers that the birds are going to like. Plant the flowers that the hummingbirds are going to like, and take down your damn bird feeders so the bears don't come and eat them. Building permits, boat houses, this whole NIMBYism thing. We deal with 3 municipalities, and we also deal with Parks Canada because the Bolingbroke Dam in the Rideau system, and the Rideau system's Rideau Valley Conservation Authority. So I've worked with them in the past. We deal with FOCA, we deal with mayors, councillors. There's an awful lot of actors, and it's a lot of bringing people together. Just as another example of stuff that I've really gotten myself into, the gypsy moth. It was called the gypsy moth. Now it's called Lymantria dispar, or LDD. I've been the speaker at the AGM. I somehow became the expert on the gypsy moth, the LDD. I liaise with other groups. Right now, our thing is the lead in the lake. It's a really big problem. It's one that people don't necessarily take seriously. Anglers, hunters. There's an awful lot. 50% of the loons die because of lead damage and lead poisoning. It's really, really bad. And we're a small little group amongst different lakes, and we're trying to inform really big actors. So we're working with other lake associations. We're also working with some actors like the OFAH and some people that are really, really resistant. I'm a hunter and an angler myself, and I have no idea why people are so resistant, but they are. Change, we don't want change, especially not from those damned environmentalists. Obviously, obviously the environment and climate change and nature is my passion. Oh yeah, sorry, we're doing a buyback program. Sorry, I'm getting kind of flustered, but we're doing a buyback program for the lead in the lake, which again, information, education, it's a huge job. It's a huge problem. Obviously the environment, climate change, nature is my passion, but that's part of everything. It's every project, every decision should be informed by the environment and climate change. It is possible. Just as an example, Greensburg, Kansas. It was a small town. It was literally wiped off the map in 2007 by an EF5 tornado. It literally was wiped off the map. They all could have gone somewhere else, but they decided to build green. And that just goes to show you that someplace like, I hate to make stereotypes, but someplace like Kansas can say, this is an important thing, and every single one of our decisions is at least going to be informed by climate change, by the climate crisis, and by environmentalism. Okay, the most important issues that are facing North Grenville right now: building and development, obviously, protecting wetlands. But we still need to have housing. We still need infrastructure for development. Road maintenance. The cost of road maintenance is astronomical. Both North Grenville, North Dundas, the United Counties, your United Counties, this SDG. Infrastructure update to support current development. Sewers aren't sexy. People want pools. They don't necessarily want to talk about sewers. That's a big deal. Infrastructure is coming to the end of its life, so it's not just making new stuff. It's taking care of the stuff we have, and it's finding that balance. Builders and developers have to pay for some of the infrastructure, but you don't want to scare them away. Other places have this more of an issue, but it's still an issue in North Grenville. Housing. Obviously, I'm speaking to the converted, or the preaching to the choir, whatever it is. Anyway, housing, how to mix your metaphors. Housing, obviously, you know about it. Infill development. We need infill development. We need changes to the building permits and the zoning. You people have done so much good. It needs to continue. Cost of housing should only be 30% of your total gross income. It's not 30% for anyone in North Grenville, North Dundas. The conservation authorities have been hobbled, like totally hobbled. They were already hobbled prior to the pandemic. Rideau Valley Conservation but also South Nation Conservation, Raisin River, they've all been hobbled. And so they need support from the municipalities. It could be something as small as writing a letter, but they have to be on the radar. And the Ontario government has to be held accountable. An awful lot of these hobbling has been done in the interest of infrastructure. We need to spend money. We need to develop in order to revitalize the economy. And so things have been squeezed through, and it's dangerous because it's not just with the conservation authorities. Also, joint projects between the conservation authorities and the municipalities. The jail, obviously, the municipality needs to make sure that the Ontario government is supporting the infrastructure. The correction system reform, how many hours do you have? But that isn't really the municipal responsibility, but there probably is an element of education, because again, people don't really understand how the entire system works. The correction system, the parole system, the funding, all of that. Even just trying to get the land use around it for the community, it may happen. Obviously, that would be great if it happened, but just take the Windsor jail, for example, and its soccer field. They said, yes, you're going to be able to use the soccer field. The overcrowding is there's way too many people in the jail. This again is these are like issues of the correction system, but it also will impact what our community is allowed to do near the jail. Also funding, not just for the jail, but so much of what should be regularly funded, regularly and continuously, is not currently. Municipalities are paying for stuff that they shouldn't have to, such as like the ride along with the OPP. That was in SDG. Rural Education Summit, again in SDG, but it's the same thing. So much municipal funding right now is grants. So things that should have been paid for regularly, like almost a line item, are not. Now you almost need a full-time person to research the grants, source the grants, apply for the grants. And it's a competition, and there's only a certain amount of money, and it sucks, but having to go through and fight for grants just to get your infrastructure paid for, but that's the way things are working right now. It's a lot of work for both the staff and the councils. Continued campus revitalization, continued downtown revitalization, continued support for small businesses, especially going into the new normal. North Grenville did way better than neighboring municipalities about facilitating pandemic support between other levels of government, because often that's what municipal governments do, is they're that link between the provincial and in many cases the federal government and the people. And that's a really, really important job. And it's been taxed to the limit with the pandemic, but it still needs to continue. Obviously, internet cell, the EORN project, the cell gap project and internet connectivity project, obviously they're on their way. The municipalities still need to hold the governments accountable. They need the money. The EORN needs money from feds and from province, and there is a role for municipalities in that. Rural education, a good number of us have kids. Internet access is just one thing that's put our kids behind, especially in the pandemic. But it's also, there was, the SDG paid for the Rural Education Summit. That's money that should have been paid by education, by the Ontario government. But it's not just about the internet, it's about funding. School closures, obviously, you know about school closures with the school in Oxford Mills.
Excuse me, Ms. Morley.
Yeah.
We've hit our 15 minutes. Sorry to interrupt. Now a lot of time for council to respond to your questions.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Members of council. Your worship.
Thank you. Just unmuting. Thank you, Ms. Morley.
Okay.
Obviously, a depth and breadth of interests and a lot of passion for the area and the community and the region. Just curious, you spoke about being able to kind of foster that common ground, sometimes on issues that aren't well understood, where perhaps people are polarized, or there's some misunderstanding of what the issue might be, or how critical it is to move in a certain direction. You did speak to a couple of examples of where you led the or facilitated that dialogue that would lead to common ground. Could you just speak a little more to that, and perhaps provide more detail in terms of an example that you mentioned in your interview, or presentation rather, or a different example that comes to mind in terms of building that common ground, often on what may be difficult issues?
Sure. Yeah, you people have done a really good job. I've seen what's worked with you people, and I've seen what hasn't worked in neighboring municipalities. it's really easy for people to sit and bitch and moan and complain and then not do something about it. You people have done a really good job, and I think there's an awful lot of, you do need to continue. You've managed to open up, it's a continuation. It's information sessions. I thought maybe by writing for the paper that I would be able to have a little bit more influence, but there's an awful lot of people that don't read the paper. So I found I was being contacted by people who were interested in things, and it was written in the paper. This is in North Dundas, but anyway, so things like that. I think that you're doing a good job with communicating with the people, but again, more meetings, more, you can lead, that expression, you can lead a horse to water and all that sort of stuff, but just keep it up. Just keep making those invitations, making the posters, getting into the schools, getting into the anywhere that you can advertise and say, let's open dialogue. Anywhere you can do it. The paper, put the advance. People read the advance, but people read the Times too. But a weekly article, civic engagement. I'd love to see something at the municipal level attached to the high schools. They have to take civics in grade 10. The kids should be able to vote at 16, my opinion. And if they were to take the grade 10 class and merge it with a lower voting age and get the youth involved, that would be incredible. But the fact is that every kid in Ontario has to take a grade 10 civics class. We need to get involved in that, because, and I'm not just talking municipal level, like every level, we need to get involved in that. And that will open up, at least, it will open up an awful lot of channels of communication. There's been examples of youth really getting involved. I mean, the mayor of North Dundas, for example, started out as a youth, not the current mayor, but the one that's now the MP for North Dundas and the whole area. Youth have an awful lot of passion. They have an awful lot of good ideas. I mean, most of you have kids or know kids that are passionate about things. It's just a matter of giving them a voice, because an awful lot of them feel silenced, especially with issues such as climate change, and that feeling like they can make a difference. But all people want to feel like they can make a difference. And it's just a matter, again, every single avenue that you can find, print media, schools, everything. Anyways, that answer, sort of.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Barkley.
Thank you, Mr. Dyke. Ms. Morley, it's obvious that you've got a breadth of knowledge of the issues and a good understanding how lower tier municipalities like ours work. My question is, in the 8 months remaining, what one issue or area do you think you might have the greatest impact or make the biggest contribution?
As I said, every single decision can be informed by climate change. It is easy right now to say, oh, it's not important, but it's the small things. It's the plant. It's the planting of trees. It's the it's putting yourself out there and saying, yes, this is important, even though it may not seem important right now because of unemployment, housing, infrastructure, jail, no pool, like all of this stuff. Every single decision can be in some way informed by greening, whether even just a design decision in building, just a modification to zoning. And you have engaged with the zoning practice, with the zoning process, because you're managing to get some infill housing and some smaller housing. You've addressed the housing crisis, so you know that you can make a difference. And that's the only way we're going to address climate change, is if everybody's doing a little bit in, building, landscaping, who gets, permits for, if you can put, small stipulations in that, just stipulating what kind of landscaping you're going to do. Every single decision can be informed by greening, and that is, yes, my passion, but that, and obviously all the other issues, I'm hardly unopinionated, but it's those tiny little things that people, it's very easy right now, everybody to say, no, we don't need to worry about that right now because of the pandemic. So, good. Okay.
Thank you. We have about 7 minutes left. Any other members of council with questions for Ms. Morley? If not, again, oh, sorry, your worship, follow up.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I was on mute. Just Ms. Morley, I know we have very limited time left and we have to be strict with the 30 minutes, but you've spoken passionately about housing as well. I hear the environmental emphasis, which is obviously crucial for many future generations. But on the housing side, do you have any comments on what council has done to date, or where you think the municipality has to go to accelerate some of those housing efforts?
That's such a tough one because, like, I mean, I know you ran on one of the issues of housing. It's such a multifaceted problem, and it's like chipping away at concrete because there's not one answer. There's so many facets to it, and it's so slow. Like getting all this to happen. There's issues of obviously developmental issues. There has to be some rules about. Yes, okay, if you're going to make, you know, a $500,000 or $1 million home, you also have to do some affordable housing. Those have to be rules and they have to be enforced. You have to have that balance between developmental, like the developers. If they could all just build really expensive houses, they would. There has to be an option. There has to be an ability for people to have little houses, to have just as an example, the North Dundas Council literally just passed, they allowed a zoning change in obviously one lot in order to have a bunker for like a bunkhouse sort of for 20 years. For North Dundas to do that, that is mind-boggling. So, and it's all those tiny little things. It's saying, yes, you can have an infill house, and saying we're going to put the extra time in and treat all these zoning all these specific zoning bylaws. It means more meetings, it means more consultation, it means more, it's just more slogging through another zoning bylaw amendment for one specific lot, a zoning bylaw amendment for a bigger lot for development. Things like most of the houses are 4 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, or however many bathrooms people have nowadays, but we have 100 and some odd house, there's 1. But it's getting that development to have like a variety. We need rental accommodation. The pandemic was insane because people came in and just sold other their holdings. Some people came in and renovated the stuff that they just bought and rented it out, but most people just wanted a house in the in the rural areas, and they ended up just buying it and redoing it. So many people were put out of housing. In our area right now, we don't even have any social housing. If you want social housing, you have to go to Cornwall. There's a huge lack of social housing, and there's a component of education too, because a lot of people do know about the problems, but a lot of people don't know about it. And again, ideas, get people with ideas. Ideas of communal living too. We've got these huge houses with 4 bedrooms, and a single person can't, just whether they be older, younger, single parent. When I was writing for the paper, I met so many people. It was amazing how many people wrote in. You need to work with places too, like House of Lazarus, and finding out who is on this housing, who needs the housing, and what they need. Here's an example. Parents, mothers, mostly single mothers, are couch surfing. And of course, they're not going to go and make a big deal of the fact that they're couch surfing, because they're going to end up with CAS in their pocket, and nobody wants CAS in your pocket. But they're just an example of people who somehow need to get to the table, and somehow we need single bedroom apartments for rent, not for sale, for rent. There's funding issues from the Ontario government. Again, knocking on the Ontario government, again, keeping the Ontario government accountable. I sound so belligerent, I'm not, but a lot of it has to do with that. So you need ideas, but you also need the the work on the ground, getting that money, finding that money. We need a full-time person at the municipal level, just hunting out grants and pitching,
Great.
which is sad. Anyway.
Okay, I know our time is limited and I think there's more hands. I'll send it over back to Mr. Dyke. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just for council awareness, we have a little under 4 minutes, 3 minutes now. So Councillor Strachan, and we'll try to get to your question, Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dyke. Thank you, Ms. Morley, for joining us today and for putting your name forward. So on the subject of your environmental and your environmental passion and so on, I definitely identify with that. And I think that there's some challenges in our community when we look at sustainable growth and the growth challenges that we are running into now. So I guess looking at it through your environmental lens, what would you like to say regarding sustainable growth in our community?
We need ideas. We need to let people know why. Why was that? We need to let people know the process, because people have something to say about it and they don't say it until the trees are all ripped out. We need to get organizations involved, and for the life of me, I can't remember it. Alternative Land Use Group. Anyway, those people, ALUS. Just as an example, they work with rural communities, trying to make sure that there's diversity. We need diversity. We need, when we do have development, we need to make sure that not all the trees are ripped out. We need trees. We need wetlands. We need to manage. We need to say, all right, fine, you're going to build 100 houses. Where's your park? And I don't mean green. I don't mean like grass and petunias. I mean, where are your trees? Where's your pond? Where's your native species? Not Norway maples. Where are your native trees, your native flowers? That has to be part of development. Also, what are you doing to green your designs? What are you doing to make sure that we're not just cookie cutter houses with, grass in the backyards? How are we ensuring the balance of getting people to come into our area and develop? It's a lot easier than, say, someplace like North Dundas. People want to go to Kempville. You can charge a lot more in developmental charges in North Grenville than, say, you can in North Dundas. And you need to explain to the developers, not just, it's just going to cost this much to develop, but also explain that this is where, like, as an example, North Dundas literally ran out of sewer and water. They came to the point where they had literally allocated it all. So it's that balance of developers. You have to pay for this infrastructure. You have to pay for the greening. You want to do this in our community. You need to come to the plate with ideas. And North Grenville is in an enviable position because people want to be here. Attracting builders in this area isn't the challenge that it is in, say, North Dundas or North Stormont or somewhere like that. Again, also, greening employers. Obviously, Ferguson Forest is, green, but there's a lot of other employers that we need their ideas, and we need green jobs. We need green ideas.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. We've come to the end of our 30 minutes. Unfortunately, Councillor Sullivan, we won't get to your question. Again, thank you, Ms. Morley, for applying and showing interest in this position. Take a quick moment just to advise you of the next steps in our process. Council will be conducting interviews throughout the balance of the day, with anticipate some preliminary deliberation at the end of the day, with final deliberations taking place on February 22nd, and a decision to be made that same day, followed by announcement by council on their final decision. And again, thank you and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And for everybody on the call from the public, that's our last interview for our luncheon break. We will break until 1 when we'll commence with our next interview. Thank you.
Admitting Mr. Runcorn now. And Mr. Runcorn has joined the meeting.
See my face? Yep, there we are. Perfect.
Hello, Mr. Rancour. Nice to see you. On behalf of myself and all members of council, we appreciate you being here today. And as per a very detailed bylaw that prescribes this process, we'll be handing it over to our CEO, Mr. Gary Dyke, to walk you through how the interview will proceed. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Of course.
Thank you, Your Worship, and welcome, Mr. Rancourt, and thank you again for your interest in fulfilling the vacancy on North Grenville Council as a result of the departure of Deputy Mayor McManaman. Just for your information, Council has received copies of your background packet, information package you provided, and I have reviewed it and ahead of coming to the interview today. By bylaw, today's interview is limited to 30 minutes. I will ask you 3 questions that have been previously approved by Council and that were made available to you prior to today's interview. Excuse me. You'll be provided 15 minutes to provide your answers to the 3 questions, and then Council will follow up with for 15 minutes asking supplemental or follow-up questions to the information you provide. I will now read the 3 questions, after which your 15 minutes will commence. Our clerk, Ms. Baptiste Cornier, will notify us when there's 1 minute left in your allocated time. So, Mr. Rancourt, please address the following questions. 1, what prompted you to apply to serve on municipal council? 2, what experiences from your personal professional life do you see as strengths in shaping how you will approach serving on council? And 3, what are the most important issues that facing North Grenville at this time? Mr. Rancourt.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And by the way, I found the questions very interesting because it forced me to start thinking of why I'm here and why I wanted to do this. I have never applied or ran for public office in my career, although I have, when I was president of the Rotary Club of Ottawa with 150 members, I ran for president. Within 3 years of joining the club, I became president and enjoyed my time there. And then when I moved into a condo downtown Ottawa, 2 weeks after I bought my condo and moved in, it was an annual meeting with the voting of the boards. And of course, I presented my name and was fortunate enough to be elected and beat out some incumbents and became the president of the condo for the 10 years that I was there. And I enjoyed. So those aren't really public offices, but they were in fact dealing with individuals from all kinds of communities. Why I want to serve or why I would apply for this council. I moved to Kemptville 4.5 years ago, and I can't believe how, I'm going to get emotional here, but I apologize. I can't believe how emotional or how passionate I've become of this municipality. I've lived in a number of cities in my life. My dad was in the armed forces, so we moved every 3 years. And Ottawa became kind of my hometown because that's where he retired. So I finished my high school and university there. And then got my CA, but never once did I ever thought I would want to run for a position on the council of that kind of city. First of all, 24 councillors or whatever, and they're always arguing with each other because it's in my territory, not in my territory. And look what happened in just a couple of days ago with Diane Deans and the mayor and everybody else is up in an uproar. That's not happening in Kemptville. Your worship always refers to all the good stuff that you've done as your council colleagues, councilor colleagues. In other words, it's a team spirit. It's a winning team. And who wouldn't want to be on a winning team? One of the successes I had in my life was running Lowe Martin. We got voted the 50 best managed companies in Canada. And I remember when some of my employees coming up and said, "Hey boss, does that mean we're going to get a raise? What does that mean that we're the 50 best?" I said, "Well, it means that we have job security because people are going to come to us. It means that, well, let's say, would you rather be playing for the Toronto Maple Leafs or the Montreal Canadiens back then?" And of course, that caused a little bit of an interest because the Maple Leafs, as you know, haven't done very well for many years. Anyway, so basically being on a winning team gives you the opportunity to move forward, to implement the plans you have, et cetera, et cetera. So I challenged my wife and I said, why do you think I should be doing this? She says, well, it's a natural progression of your life. She says, you've been volunteering all your life. As a chartered accountant, I took my profession as being helping people in my community, whether it be their financial troubles or their tax challenges or whatnot. I was doing it. Obviously, I was making a living at it. But if I took it to the point where I'm going to help these people address their issues and help them get out of whatever challenges they have and remove that stress on them and not take it on myself, that was positive. So that grew into continuing volunteering, again, to help the community. So I moved to Kemptville North Grenville. It was Kenville when I moved here, but now Kenville, now North Grenville. And, I started seeing what was happening and the effects I could have on some of the organizations. Talk about the hospital. So I don't just become a volunteer. I actually try to give more than I can and enjoy what I'm doing. I enjoy the successes of the organizations. Join the auxiliary for the hospital. Next thing you know, I'm asked to be vice president because they're getting some positive feedback from the patients. Just the patients coming into the emergency OR. So it wasn't just directing them, which was my role, but if I can help them. And I remember one couple came in, both of them on walkers, walking very slowly. And we had just changed the administration registration office to the second floor, the back end of the hospital. Well, it was going to take them forever to get there. So, but anyway, I take my time and I walk them, take them to that location. Then I said to myself, they've got to walk all the way back to their car, which is parked by the emergency. So I went back to them. I said, I'm not know if I'm supposed to be doing this, but I'd like to borrow your keys and bring your car around to the other side of the hospital. So when you finish your appointments, your car will be right by the door. Oh, and that gives me pleasure. That gives me satisfaction. That means that I'm really helping somebody, and they never asked for it, but that's just what I do. So North Grenville, I'm a grandfather. I've got kids. I've got grandkids. I know the importance of things like parks and recreations and rinks and playgrounds. So I bring some of that background into the position. I also don't have a hidden agenda, and I know some members of council, sometimes they run for the position because they have this one bee in their bonnet, whether it's the correctional services or whether it's whatever. And as a matter of fact, the last election, as you know, one of your councilors within a month or two of being voted in didn't get what he wanted, so he quit. And going, well, why did you run in the first place? Well, obviously he had a bee in his bonnet. He had one issue. I don't have one. I'm here. I'm so proud to be in North Grenville. I want to help the community, which is why I've joined the various organizations to contribute with my background and my experience. The community was a small town. It still has a little bit of that small town, but we really don't want to lose that. So I looked at your strategic plan, and that's basically where you're going as well, which is all in line with what I enjoy doing and hope that it stays that way. But you've done things to help the business. I'm on the chamber, and the first thing you did, even though through the COVID, you called the BIA and the chamber in, and you granted us $50,000 each for the next 2 years, not with a bunch of strings attached, but you know what, guys? Take this money, see what you can do, and let's help make the community a better place for the business people, for the community, et cetera. And I thought that's really forward thinking. That's, sure, governments have grants and stuff, you have to apply for them. You actually called us in and said, you know what? We want to encourage you to do what you're doing. Shop locally, all that stuff, love NG, all that. So those are all very positive things. Then you step forward and you did the land acknowledgement. Wow. One of the first communities to do that. Proud of you. I'm proud for you doing that. And Councillor O'Sullivan brought that, of course, to the Ferguson Forest, and now it's part of our mandate. And if you look at the website for the Ferguson Forest Dog Park, it's also on the page of our Facebook. So congratulations for that. The other thing you did, ISO. So back in the day when I was a Low Martin, we went through the process of ISO 9000. What a challenge. Was worthwhile. And back then, all companies had great big signs in the front of their buildings, ISO certified, blah, blah, blah. You come along as a small community and went through that challenge and succeeded. So again, forward thinking, it's, where do we want to be in 10 years, your strategic plan, and how are we going to get there? So I talked about the plan, and I'm rambling a little bit here because I have so many notes that I want to cover that I'm not sure I'm going to cover them all, but doing the best I can. So you have a strategic plan of 10 years and you've already started implementing stuff. I watched the budgeting process. It's almost a zero-based budgeting, which makes sense. Let's look at what we're doing. Let's transfer some of these costs to this area because it's really capitalized or whatever. And I'm going, you know what? That's awesome. And your 10-year plan makes it so that when your term is over, which is down the road a few months, hopefully you get back in. But if you're not, the plan has been set for the next council. And I think that's forward thinking as well. It wasn't just, let's do 4 years at a time, get the hell out and see what happens. No, let's do it for 10-year plan and make sure that the community benefits from us thinking, and you actually took the time to ask the residents, what do you guys want? And you're proud, and you should be, that, you know, the 1,900 replies, and you were able to take those and start implementing, start going forward. How are we going about this? I call it recycling, but the composting bit. I mean, what an amazing initiative that you folks did. I know that my entire community of Equinell is proud of being this, and I see those green bins at the end of the driveway every week, and I think that's a wonderful thing. But again, it's forward thinking. I'm trying to think of some other wonderful things that you've done, but you know what they are, so there's no sense me repeating that. So my professional career, I've managed businesses. I've taken care of small businesses, the local hairdresser, the gas station attendant or whatever, and in the large corporations like the Low Martins with 200 or 300 employees and stuff. And one of the things the owner of, when he offered me the position, I was his accountant, external, he calls me in and says, I'd like you to come and work for me. I says, why do you want me to do that? You want to have me whenever you want me, and you only pay for me when you call me. And I'm just around the corner. No, he says, I want you to run the company. And I said, Don Griffin, I said, I know nothing about printing. He says, I don't want you to run the presses. I want you to manage the 200 and some people. He said, I've seen you with a tuxedo in front of the NAC making a presentation to 2,000 people. And I've seen you with blue jeans and a t-shirt walking through my plant doing an inventory on inventory day, talking to all the employees that I had and being connected with them. So you have the opportunity, you have the ability to adjust your, I don't want to use character, but your atmosphere, attitude with the situation that you're in. So when you're on a public office like yourselves, you're dealing with everybody in the community from A to Z. You have to be respectful of their ideas, and you're doing very well with the correctional services people. You're doing, well, you took the time to ask what they wanted, and then you are implementing to meet their goals. And I think that's wonderful. And that's one of your big challenges. I think I've seen the community grow quickly. I see that there's challenges, growing pains, if you will. Obviously, one of the issues is medical. I mean, we have a cute little medical here in Equinell. Some of the doctors have left. There's now a waiting list. The new residents that come in. We were fortunate. We moved here 4.5 years ago. There was a big sign in front of the clinic accepting new patients. That was unbelievable. And now we're in Ontario accepting new. So we moved here, and right away we got a new doctor. Love it. New people come in now. They have to wait. They have to go back to Ottawa if that's where they came from, or they're waiting in line. And it's not just our little clinic, it's everywhere in the community. But that's one of the concerns. As you grow, your needs expand, and you have to address those issues. And obviously medical is one of them. Traffic is another issue. Obviously, Country Road 43 is going to be a big improvement. It's almost going to bring it into a big city atmosphere with boulevards and stuff. Ooh, that's scary. I hope that doesn't change who we are. There'll be a lot of traffic circles, which I know some of my neighbors don't like them. I think they're wonderful, but anyway, we'll go that route. Yeah, the big thing is you work together. You're a winning team. Why wouldn't I want to be on a winning team? My diversified experience, obviously my financial background, dealing with customers who are not happy with what you provided them and respecting their positions. I used to actually find that enjoyable, because I took the position of the client who's upset about something. I said, you know what? I can see why you're upset. So rather than try to defend myself, I say, you know what? I understand why your problem. So we have to solve that together. And next thing you know, I take away the problem off his shoulders, and I take it on, and I go and find the solutions. And that's how I've kind of operated in my career. And yeah. I'm trying to look at what else I've got notes everywhere. Too many pieces of paper. So I'm going to say that's all, rather than keep repeating myself. You know what you've done well, and that's why you're a winning team, and that's why I want to be on that team. So what do you use? I relent my time. Is that the formal expression.
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Rancor. Now we'll turn it over to members of council. And first up, I have her worship, yes, Mayor Peckford.
Actually, you can go to Councillor Strachan. I think her hand was first, and then I'll get in line. Thanks.
Councillor Strachan.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Rancor. I appreciate you taking the time up today to put yourself forward and to explain everything that you have. I think it was your words were very kind and generous, and it's always nice to receive this feedback. But it is also hard to escape a bit of an echo chamber when people tell you you're doing very well. And along with those words, I think that not everyone would agree with you that we are a winning team, and there's always people who feel differently. So I would like you to perhaps maybe put yourself in their shoes and reflect on where you think we are not winning and how you feel that you could be part of the team to overcome some of those areas and to help make some change in those areas where we are not winning.
Well, and I know that's one of the questions, what are some of the issues of the municipality? And quite frankly, I mentioned the growing pains and the things that are related to it. The big issue right now with the signs all over town, I shouldn't say all over town, but signs in town, no prisons and whatnot. I think you've reflected that very well. You could have said, well, it's not our problem, it's the provincial problem, blah, blah, blah. But you've recognized that there are some residences that have concerns. You've expressed how you've handled those concerns, and your worship mentioned that she has kids that go to the school across from where the prison's going to be, et cetera, and she was comfortable with it. She's also mentioned that the various school boards have all approved with the project. But rather than saying too bad we're doing it, you've actually invited the Solicitor General and our Member of Parliament to come and do oral and public presentations to appease some of those issues, to address some of the concerns they have of whether the farmland and why are we going to do this and our kids are going to be there, we're going to, all that stuff. So yes, the concerns are still there, but you've handled it well. And of course, that's the function of the council. It's not just too bad that's what we're doing. It's okay, you have a concern, how are we going to address that concern? And quite frankly, that's the only one I can think of that percolates to the top, other than the growing pains and the medical and all that. And this other one wasn't even caused by yourselves, but rather than put the blame on somebody else's, well, that's not our problem. You said, you know what, let's work this together, and you're doing your best you can. You may never satisfy those people, but you've done your best you can to address their issues. And I think that's all you can expect to do. You know what I mean? Like my father always says, you never discuss religion and politics, because whatever that person believes in, you're never going to change their mind anyway. So you're just going to have different views.
Thank you, Mayor Peckford.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Rancor. We can see that you're quite involved in the community, which is wonderful, like many of those we're interviewing today. So that's great to get your perspective. Just in terms of managing that conflict, or, to Councillor Strachan's point, it's wonderful when we think we're on the same page as our colleagues or our residents and business leaders, but sometimes we're not. Can you just give an example of where you've had to kind of manage either competing interests or a particular conflict, right, within your own business, or the businesses you led or served? What do you think is most essential in terms of managing some of that conflict? Not maybe just disagreement, but where you have like fundamental differences about a way forward, given the leadership you've demonstrated over the years professionally.
Well, one of my challenges that exists at the current time, as you notice in my resume, one of the functions that I still maintain in Ottawa is the chair of an organization called Ottawa Foyer Partage. And it's a $5.5 million project that takes care of severely handicapped people. It's kind of an offshoot of what the situation, the facilities we had in Smith Falls a number of years ago, where the severely handicapped. So then they broke that down into specific houses. So now we have over half a dozen houses. We've got 100 employees that take care of these people. We're presently looking for a new location. Well, the half the board doesn't want to use any of the money that we have in reserve. And what are we going to do? We have to move, blah, blah, blah. So I'm sitting there and I've got a board, 12 members on the board, 5 of them are concerned about the ongoing challenges of the organization. So I've sat down with the executive director and said, okay, how do we address some of their concerns? And they're legit concerns. Like, so we go into a new location, we can't afford the money, the government doesn't want to give us an increase. How are we going to operate? So sitting down with the executive director, because again, they have she has the knowledge that we need. I'm just an outside chair guy. That's, I'm the band leader, but I don't know how to play any of the instruments. So with her knowledge and background, I find out what we can deal with MCSS and what possibility of extra funds we may have. And so do the research, get some of the information, and then I go to the board meeting and I say, okay, guys, here's the situation. We're in the process of asking the government, federal, for special funding because we have accessibility. All our clients are in wheelchairs or something. So obviously all our doors have to be wider, our washrooms have to be like everything. So we're asking the government for a specific grant because they have that kind of availability. And then, going to the provincial ministry and asking them for specific things for the move. It's a one-time cost. And then you go to the community foundation, who also has funds for those kinds of situations. So what I did in that situation, rather than saying, well, it's too bad, we're going to go ahead and do it anyway because we have to find a place, I went back to management, got the information I needed, and together with management, we were able to get unanimous approval of the new move that we're in the process of doing the renovations now. So I'm not sure if that's a good example for you, but as a chair, I could have said, I'm sorry, that's what we're doing. I recognize people have concerns. I talked about some of my clients when I was in the printing business. I mean, that you print something, the guy, this is totally unacceptable. You can say, well, too bad, that's the best we can do. Or you say, you know what, you're right, that isn't good enough. So let's talk to the production guy and find out how we can do it better. So you bring in the production guy who has the knowledge. I don't, I'm just a band leader. He talks about what we can do and what went wrong or whatever, and we correct it so that when you leave the client's office, he's happy that you've taken on the challenge. You're going to correct the problem that he saw, and you've taken that stress off his shoulders, and you're now going to take care of him. Those are satisfying moments. How I do it politically, that could be a challenge down the road. I had that problem when I ran the condo. So we're going to do this. Well, I don't want to do that. Well, you bring in a professional interior decorator, blah, blah, blah. You find out costs. You explain to them what the advantages of what we're going to do is. And then you just hope that the majority of the owners of the condo support you. And I was fortunate enough to be able to do that, like for the 10 years.
Thank you very much.
Just from keeping an eye on time, we're about 9 minutes. Councillor Barclay, you're next in line.
I think Councillor Strickland covered my question pretty thoroughly.
Okay.
I put my hands down.
Okay. Deputy Mayor McManaman.
Thank you, Mr. Guy. Mr. Guy. Mr. Rancourt, the question, we've kind of drilled you on this particular question, the mayor, that you expanded quite a bit, and I've asked this before to others, that when you go on council, you have one vote. You have to act, the majority wins, of course. When you're a CEO of companies and boards and chairs, just as you described, often you do have that decision-making power that you lead a group or an organization that's best suited. Maybe you can expand a little bit more on how you think you would fit into a team like this, where you only have one vote, and move the municipality forward.
Good question. First of all, as I mentioned, one of the things that impressed me is that your council is a team. Mayor Petford always refers to you as colleagues, councillor colleagues. It's never, I did this, I'm the mayor and I'm going this route. It's always, we have accomplished this, we have worked together. So, and I'm sure that when you all meet, there are some differences of opinions, and hopefully there is, because that's how you challenge the decisions you do make. But you come out as a unified team. So whether you or any one of you is not necessarily in agreement with the decision that was made, you've always agreed, and that's a bonus for the whole organization, that, you know what, this is the message we're taking, and this is what we're going forward with. So as an individual, you don't say, well, I never agree with it, but I have to go with it. No, that's not. You're a team. the team plays together. I have the same problem when we have a board meeting and the executive meets and there's a decision made. Well, I don't think I agree with that. We have a vote. We all agree that, we all have one vote. We agree and we go forward. As the chair of any organization or president of the company, I never, how should I say it? I never was the guy, let's give you this way. When I was asked to become president of Low Martin, one of my incredible mentor who had about 13 restaurants in town, he says, what are you going to do when you start a company? I said, well, I'm the president. It's, everything comes from the top. He said, let me give you some advice. Don't do anything. I said, I'm going to be the president. I have to lead. He says, no. The company work right now? Yeah. Do they have clients? Yeah. Do they do printing? Yeah. So what are you going to change? I'm not sure. Well, then don't change anything. The worst thing I have in the restaurant, he says, is when I have a new manager comes in and says, okay, from now on, it's got to be my way. And all of a sudden the 23 other people in the restaurant have no idea what to do because he's a new guy. We're going to do it his way. Then the thing falls apart. You come in, you watch what's going on, you learn what's going on, and you try to improve things. You see the suggestions and you grow with the business rather than come in and change everything. That to me is the way I've run any organization that I've been in. I'm learning. I knew nothing about printing. I knew nothing about owning a condo. I knew nothing about running a nonprofit organizations with 200 employees. But I listened and I listened. Yeah, that's what I did. I listened.
Thank you.
5 minutes. Am I rambling too much? I apologize. You should have given me an hour, not a half an hour. Although I was concerned I wouldn't have enough to say for a half an hour.
All right, Councillor O'Sullivan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dyke, and thank you, Mr. Rancourt, for putting your name forward and wanting to join this what we call a dream team, where we have various backgrounds and we are very respectful and acknowledge each other's contributions, and we do work as a team. So I understand so many people signing up and lining up to be part of the team.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I share your passion for this team. So you did touch on, and maybe you've already fully answered it, but you did touch on conflicts, and that you would, if someone had a concern, brought a concern to you, that you would sit down, listen to them, put yourself in their shoes and be empathetic and understand where they were coming from. One of the challenges that I think we all face sometimes is that because we have a mix of urban and rural, or we have a lot of newcomers to the community, and I was one of them myself 10 years ago, although I've had a long family history here. But some of the conflicts arise between the urban-rural, or the rural lifestyle, and the new people coming in. And when you listen to their concerns, they're very legitimate on both sides. So if you put yourself in both sets of shoes, sometimes it's very difficult because they have legit concerns. So how would you propose dealing with that? Because it will come up. People will call you and they will talk to you and want you to fix it all.
That's a good question. And maybe that's why I never went into politics before. So I would turn over to my colleague counselors and say, okay, guys, what do we do now? Yeah, pass the buck on to somebody else. You know what? I don't have an answer for that. There are legitimate problems and there are legitimate issues. You're absolutely right. The person living on a farmland is totally different than the person living downtown North Grenville. They both have wants and needs. You have to go with, I guess, the majority, and your strategic plan showed that a whole bunch of people love living here for whatever reasons they have, including myself. And I'm not on the farmland. I happen to be an Equinel, which is let's not even go there. It's a different ballgame altogether. So I'll be honest with you. That would, obviously I would listen. What are your concerns? What are some of the issues that we may be able to correct? I remember going to one of your meetings, I forget which one it was. Somebody says, well, how come I can't have chickens in my backyard? I'm going, how the hell do you address that? Can you imagine? So this guy lives in downtown North Grenville and he wants to have chickens. Okay, I know you want fresh food when you save anyway, I just said, wow, how are they going to handle that? He doesn't have chickens yet. I don't think so. You've done whatever you've done is okay. So I'm going to be honest with you. At this moment in time, I'd have to go to my colleagues and say, okay, folks, how are we going to handle this? I really don't have an answer that's going to please anybody. You're going to upset somebody, obviously. There's always a percentage of people, no matter what you do, are going to be unhappy. You have that with all your situations, right?
Right.
I'm just being
Thank
honest.
you. And I think that's the advantage of being part of this team. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from members of council? If not, I'd like to again thank you, Mr. Vancouver, for putting your name forward and interviewing today for the position. And just quickly give you an outline of next steps going forward. Council will be interviewing for the balance of the day with some preliminary deliberations today, with final deliberations and decision making being on the 22nd of February, with an announcement following that meeting at council. So once again, thank you and enjoy the rest of your day.
And I'm going to wish you luck. I'm pleased that there were so many candidates. I'd hate to be the only guy won on because there was no other choice. If I am selected, even better. But I know that you now have a good group to select from, and you're going to pick the right person. And for that, I wish you luck and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Just moving to breakout rooms. Thank you. And I confirm that Ms. Searle is connecting to audio, and she's now connected.
Hi, Ms. Searle. Hoping you can see us.
Yes, I can. There we go.
Oh,
Good
beautiful.
afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And it's Searle, is that correct?
Yes, like curl.
Okay, excellent. Awesome. So on behalf of myself and council colleagues, we'd like to welcome you to the interview and thank you very much for stepping forward. As per the bylaw, which is governing this process and is fairly prescriptive, we'll now invite our Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Gary Dyke, to walk you through the next steps for this interview. So over to you, Mr. Dyke.
Thank you, Your Worship, and welcome, Ms. Searle. And thank you for your interest in applying for the vacancy on municipal council for the departure of Deputy Mayor McManaman. Council had, just for your information, council has received copies of your background information package and ahead of today's meeting and ahead to review prior to the interview. By bylaw, today's interview is limited to 30 minutes. I will ask you 3 questions as previously approved by council, and I believe that were made available to you ahead of today's interview. You will be provided 15 minutes to provide your answers to the questions, and council will provide an additional 15 minutes to ask questions based on the information you've provided in your presentation. I will now read the 3 questions, after which your 15 minutes will begin, and then the clerk will notify us that when there is 1 minute left in your allotment of time. So, Ms. Searle, if you'd please address the following questions to council. 1, what prompted you to apply to serve on council? 2, what experiences from your personal and professional life do you see as strengths in shaping how you would approach serving on council? And 3, what are the most important issues that North Grenville currently faces?
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, hello. As you heard, my name is Beth Searle, and I do wish to be considered being appointed to the North Grenville Council. So that's why I'm here. And yes, I've read through the questions, and I'll try to be as succinct as possible because I'm aware of the time. So what prompted my application? Honestly, the vacancy. I read the newspaper every week, and there it was. We as a family, myself, my partner, and he and our children, we discussed it like, wow, he's been working so many years, and it's quite an opportunity. You know, who's going to apply? And you know, we sat with it for a bit. I was like, well, you know, I've really enjoyed working with my community over the years, and I've been doing that since I was 14. So it's just something that's quite normal, whether it's volunteering or what have you, helping put up a tent. So I thought, well, this would be a really good way for me to serve my community. And I do have a fun background in education and experience. And I thought, well, I live downtown. I love this community. I know all my neighbors. It's been wonderful. I've got a child at one school, and I've got another one at another school, and they're all within walking distance. It's a great town, and I saw the opportunity and I thought, well, I should throw my hat in the ring. So that would be the initial reason as to why or what prompted me. As for, well, that's all well and good, but what kind of experience am I bringing to the table? Well, I do have a fair amount of transferable skills that I've acquired over the many years I've been teaching and working in the community. I'm very good at developing projects. That's definitely one of my key strengths due to being a teacher. Fun fact, I've taught every grade from kindergarten to grade 12, so I have a lot of strategies to be able to communicate, not only with our tiny humans in our community, but also the families and those that work in the community programs that support our education system. So I've had a lot of opportunity to get to know the education consultants and the people who work in the clerk's office. And it's been a fantastic ride, to be quite honest with you, from a education point of view, as well as an experience point of view. I've had so much exposure to my community through the humane education program that I developed for the animal shelter that's out in Smith Falls. It was a pilot project that I developed out of nowhere, and it was a fantastic program for 4 years, and I ended up meeting over 4,000 children in the area, and it was a phenomenal experience. It really cemented for me that I enjoy working in the community. I enjoy meeting people and finding out what they want to do in their own community and how can I help. And that blended into a lot of work with fundraising, marketing, being the volunteer coordinator. So my exposure to being able to work in the community grew from that. And that's also in part my background in volunteering. So I've sat on the board of directors out in Smith Falls for several years with Crow, wonderful, wonderful group, and not for profit. And that was a wonderful experience for me, just from seeing different ways the city works and, you know, being part of the early years program, working within the municipalities. I found it quite interesting. And of course one of my many charms is I can talk to anyone. And of course that means that I would promptly be quite late for a few things because I end up talking and spinning a yarn with someone. So over my years, because of the personality I have, because of the experiences and education that I've had, I've been able to lend myself to the community and help wherever I can, whether it's at the animal shelter or teaching or volunteering. It's been quite fun, I think would be the best way to explain it. But I'd like to do more, and I think I can. I have the capacity to do more. My children, as I said, they aren't tiny anymore. They are fairly functioning. So I would like to use more of my time that I can within the community. Which brings me to number 3, major issues. Well, like I've said repeatedly, I do want to help the community that I live in. So I'm aware of the strategic planning that we have. I'd like to personally really help with tourism for the area. I know that's a big thing that we want to continue to develop, and I think it's fascinating. I've taught tourism and travel for several years, so I thoroughly enjoy the topic myself. But also community development with fundraising, with marketing, helping with the community amenities like the pool and the fitness center and the transportation and the library. Oh, I love the library. And, working on our improved roads. I want to offer as much help as possible wherever I can. So for me, the major issues are those 3, but of course there's lots more under that umbrella. So personally, for me, I feel that all the issues are being addressed quite well. I read thoroughly through the community strategic planning and loved it. So I would like to see that in place. I would like to see the next steps. I'd like to be there for it. So it's an exciting time that this opportunity arrived via the newspaper. I read every week. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you. With that, now I'll turn it over to members of council for questions. Ms. Searle. Mayor Peckford.
Yeah, thank you, and Ms. Earl, we appreciate it. In terms of, you've taught a lot of kids, various ages, stages, and I'm sure in those classrooms, there's lots of competing interests and conflict. And what's your sense of how you would approach and cultivate that sort of team spirit coming into a council that you may not know very well? Obviously, you have your own passions and interests, but what's your approach to fostering and facilitating a sort of team-oriented approach, especially given the context of this particular opportunity?
Yes, that's more than fair. Thankfully, because of my several years of working as a teacher, there have been opportunities that have been presented to me with a very short turnaround. So I've learned quite well how to come into a situation with people that have relationships already. That's part of the job. And I do feel that part of my training, and based on a fair amount of the years experience I've had, has taught me how to approach people. And everybody's different. Everybody has an opinion, and it's a valid one. So I like to approach any scenario where I'm new in a situation to be very humble, first of all, because I don't have all the answers, but I'm more than capable of being a grown-up and admitting there's things I'm going to have to read. There's things I'm going to have to learn. And I always try to go into a situation with the idea of trying to introduce myself and be very, very honest. I'm not very good at poker. So I like to try to show how accommodating I am to learn different, learning styles from different coworkers, learning about what's the priorities for the short term, long term, and go from there. One of the qualities I would say is that I do pride myself on being flexible. I don't think it does anyone any good if one person is being rigid. It's supposed to be a collective piece of work that you're working on, right? So you have to be able to listen to each other. And I think that's definitely one of the qualities that I would try to emulate as much as possible when you especially start anywhere new. But that's also part of the job, is listening to each other. So I would try to emulate that as much as possible.
Thank you.
Councillor Strachan.
Thank you, Mr. Dyke, and thank you, Ms. Searle, for joining us and putting your name forward. I think your example of dealing with folks, parents and families and children in a school setting is definitely gives you a unique perspective on how to bring folks together and how to get information across. Oftentimes in a classroom setting, the ones who are making the most noise or who are the most obvious are the ones who are the ones you will put the effort into making sure there's some communication with families and so on. In our community, there are certainly folks who are more vocal than others, but perhaps what is more difficult is not dealing with the ones who have opinions, but the ones who don't feel they can come forward or don't feel that they have a voice in this community. So I would look to put the question to you is, how do you feel that you think you could draw on those strong comms communications experience that you have to connect with folks in this community who aren't the ones, in quotes, sort of making the most noise?
That's a fantastic question. The short answer is I try my very best to come across as approachable. But more to the fact, I think one of my skills is the meet and greets, the talking to people at the fundraisers and the festivals. One that comes to mind immediately is the Maple Fest out in Perth. And getting up at 5 a.m. with volunteers is fun and it really bonds you. But being on the street all day, meeting all the residents, having a conversation about absolutely nothing that has to do with what we're doing, but learning about their granddaughter, learning about, the new addition that they've done on their house, that sort of thing. It's trying to make a connection with people just in a scenario where it's informal is just as important as what's being said formally. I think you need to be able to connect with people on a personal level. And really the only way I've ever been able to do that is just be myself and be honest. And it tends to work well. People respond to honesty. So what what I find is quite effective is not being, over pushy, especially if you're standing in a 10 by 10 tent and there's several hundred people standing around you. You want to be approachable. You don't want to come over, too brass and start pushing an agenda. But if you can be approachable, then that's when you're going to see those people that are willing to talk. I find that's when the people that have been standing, 6-8 feet away, well, actually further now, they've been listening, they've been watching, they're interested, but they aren't ready to come and chat yet. So then they wait, and then I try to make sure that there's a space available, or I make myself available to be approached. And I tend to, more often than not, that seems to be the way. Volunteering with DSLG on the distress line, one of the things that we talk about is be approachable on the phone. You don't have to push any type of agenda. You just need to make them be aware you're there and you're happy to listen. And that's half the battle.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Sullivan.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Searle, for stepping forward and putting your name in the hat, per se. You mentioned that you said one of the most important issues facing North Grenville is tourism. I just wondered if you could expand a little bit on that. We, as you probably know, we have a tourism coordinator and who is really moving forward with the tourism initiatives that we want to see, and the IPM coming here in September. So in your way, in your mind, how do you think that can be linked, and are there any particular priorities that you think the tourism coordinator should focus on going forward?
Oh no, I think the tourism person's doing a fabulous job. That's just my humble opinion. But no, I would very much like to be a volunteer with them. If they need two extra pairs of, a pair of extra hands, I'd love to be there. Just from the simple perspective of, I thoroughly enjoy talking about our little town. I love talking about our area to, perfect example is you run into someone at the gas station and you'll end up talking about something that's happening, in another little village that's in our district. So people are just so open with their pride and their love for our little area. I want to support that. I really enjoyed our keeping fit last year. We were able to really enjoy going through Ferguson Forest with our dog and keeping track of everything. And that was such a fantastic program, but it can be, turned into with your marketing and turned into your tourism. And there's so many things that's happening in our area that lend themselves to so many different avenues. So I just love to be on the ground floor for that. I think there's so many different things that we can add on. I look at all the other townships that we have in the area, fantastic festivals that we have, and we have them too. So I just want to continue that path. I just want to support that as much as possible. And I am the type of person who says I'm always willing to learn more. So, learning from others who have been doing festivals. I mean, my mom lives in Almont, so I of course remember Puppets Up for years and years, right? So I know how much work went into that festival and how many volunteers and how much time things like that take. So personally, for me, I think since we are growing and since we are such a damn cute little town, I would really like to just support that as much as possible, because it does affect other sectors of our community, like marketing and fundraising, everything.
Music to my ears that you want to volunteer. So have you volunteered for the IPM?
No, I haven't, because I have been very busy with my mom and dad. So.
All right, look forward to seeing your name on that. Anyway, thank you very much for your answer and for stepping forward.
Thank you. Your worship, your hand up. Did you have a follow-up question? I take it that's a no. So
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm sorry, Gary, should have said
Okay.
no, and I didn't realize I was muted. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions from council? If not, I'll thank you once again, Ms. Searle, for putting your name forward and just advise you of the next steps in our process. Council will continue their interviews through the course of the day, through the course of the afternoon. And we anticipate some preliminary deliberations this afternoon with final deliberations and a decision to be rendered on February 22nd, of which point notice will be given of that decision.
Okay, via email, phone call, something?
Yeah, there'll be a follow-up through the clerk's office.
Okay.
Thank you. And thank you once again, and enjoy the rest of your day.
I will. You as well. Thanks, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Ms. Searle. All the best.
Thanks. You as well. Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
And for the members of the public still on the call, our next interview is at 2:30.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're good to go.
Okay, am I centered?
You're centered. Thank you. Well, welcome, Ms. Wilson. On behalf of myself and council colleagues, thank you for stepping up and being part of the interview process today. As per the fairly prescriptive bylaw, which is guiding this process, I will pass it over to our Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Gary Dyke, and he'll walk you through next steps. Thanks.
Thank you, Worship, and welcome, Ms. Wilson. And again, thank you for your interest in fulfilling the vacancy on our council with the departure of Deputy Mayor McManaman. Council has received copies of your background information ahead of today's interview for the purpose of preparing themselves for this interview today for your information. And also that by bylaw, today's interview is limited to 30 minutes. I will ask you 3 questions that have been approved by council and that were made available to you ahead of today's interview. And you will be provided 15 minutes to provide your answers to the questions, and then council will have 15 minutes to ask you follow-up questions directly related to the information you provided in your presentation. I will now read the 3 questions, after which your 15 minutes will begin, and the clerk will notify us when there is 1 minute left in your allotted time. So, Ms. Wilson, please address the following questions to council. 1, what prompted you to apply to serve on council? 2, what experiences from your personal professional life do you see as strengths in shaping how you would approach serving on council? And 3, what are the most important issues that North Grenville is currently facing? Ms. Wilson.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dyke. Thank you for council and Mayor Peckford and staff for reviewing my application. I was happy to apply and anxious to apply. First of all, I would like to, this position became open only because the Deputy Mayor, Jim McManaman, is leaving us, sadly, and I would just like to thank him for all he has done over the past 3.5 years and what he has contributed to the municipality as the Deputy Mayor. And I wish you much success in what you're doing, you and your wife, down east. And it's going to be a huge void to fill. The reason that I was prompted to apply for this position is I think most of you know that I attend as many council meetings as I can, and I have my finger on the pulse of the community, and I want to be more contributing to the community and ready to give back. I'm excited with what our current council and the staff are doing to move our municipality forward. And my feeling is that I just can't get over how our municipality has pivoted through this COVID pandemic and how we've been able to remain on top of one of the fastest and, growing communities in Eastern Ontario, if not on Ontario. I know that I've contributed a lot in the past few years that I've been here helping out with council. I believe that's what I'm doing, is helping out with council. So I might as well try to be on council and help them fulfill what they have left in their current term. I know that anything that I can contribute will be of help, but it will not change what the vision and the path that they have created for their term of council. My background, I just want to talk a little bit about that. I was born and raised here. I come from a hardworking family. My mother's side were farmers in the area, French Canadian family of 13. My father was an only child from the roots, Scottish and Irish roots. And he came to Kemptville when he was, Kemptville when he was 15 years old. Began working in the bakery business and bought the bakery in 1960. It's Graham's Bakery. We have a heritage business, and we've had good family values instilled in us as hardworking people, caring people, and giving back to our community. My grandfather was the pillar in the community of what he did, and my father succeeded him, and I hope to be somewhere along the way. The old joke was that there were a lot of council meetings in the back of Graham's Bakery over the years, and not at the actual council table. I've lived through a lot of councils in Kemptville and North Grenville. Went through amalgamation in 1998. The hamlets all came together and became North Grenville. I saw this come to fruition. We had the ice storm happen that year, so we saw how our community could work together to get through something, a tragic time in our lives and survive through that. I left the community and pursued a short career in fashion design in Winnipeg. So I have been to the big cities. I had my college degree in Kingston. So I know what big cities are like. But I chose to come back to North Grenville, or to Kemptville when I came back, and now North Grenville. I came back because not only did I miss the small town feel, but I missed my community. I missed the values that we had and how we were, a growing community. We were a growing community back then in 1998, and we continue to grow. Some other experiences, once I returned from out in Winnipeg with a small family, my daughter was born there. I threw myself right into volunteering through hockey and skating and coaching soccer and various other things, school board, school committees, and that along the way. It's only been recently that I would say that I've had the appetite to pursue making sure that my town and my community is sustainable, growing, and we're just there. We are there, and it's thanks to a lot of our different municipal councils that along the way. I like to say that I have a passion and a heart for our community. I've earned trust and respect through some of the committees that I chair and through some of the committees that I am on. It's not too often that I will sit on a committee and say, I'm not going to do that, or I don't say no right off the bat. I'll say, let me find out if we can do that. And I do admire our council for saying that and being that way also. A lot of the times, former councils, and I'm not going to say who they are, it's not fair. They've had something put in front of them and it's no right off the bat, whereas this council will research it and they will look into how best they can do it for our community. I was happy to be involved with the the planning of the or the facilitating and all the workshops that we did with the recent strategic plan that is being implemented in North Grenville. And I think this is a wonderful idea because it gives us a vision and a path where to grow, how to go, and what we're doing in the future. I've contributed to it in many, many workshops, and I hope that some of my voice was heard there. I know it was. And that's because I just yelled the loudest, I guess. Also, I'm also the chair of the Economic Development, Community and Economic Development Advisory Committee, which Jim McManaman is our liaison person from council. And I've enjoyed being on that committee because it allows us to see what's happening and what is the pulse of the community, what's the future, and where we're going. Some of the obstacles that we have in our community right now are issues, obstacles, issues. I don't know if you can say that. We're fast growing. And so we're playing catch up. We're playing catch up from over a number of years of not being able to have so much maintaining our roads and our sewers and our water treatment plant and stuff, things like that. I know that's not the good words to say, but the main issue we have, one of the main issues we have right now is we have to make sure that our treatment plant and our waterway system is up to par and up to being able to facilitate the growth that we have and the current growth we have in North Grenville. An issue, not really an issue, but an issue that has been taken care of by the past and the current council. The current council was the catalyst and made sure that this got done is the expansion of Highway 43. That will allow the traffic flow from our growing community to be able to be more sustainable. Getting back to the strategic growth, strategic plan pillars, which I think that just says it all. There's 5 pillars, and that's a good plan for us to have. I can't thank council enough for how much work they put into, council and staff, for how much work they put into pivoting through the COVID times and how we've gotten through that. I think we're one of the better communities for it. One of the visions that I want to see is to make sure that we have a community that can attract good investment, contribute to good recreational facilities and recreational attributes, our environment. We need some industrial growth. We need to continue on with our tourism strategy, which I was happy to be part of. And we are currently trying to find out how we can navigate our waters in the Kempful Creek South Branch of the Rideau River so that we can create and bring more tourism to us. We currently have obtained the college here, which is wonderful. There's no way that we should have ever let that go. We have it, and I'm glad that our current council was instrumental in doing that, and the former council was too. We have lots of great attributes. Ferguson Forest, we have the Limerick Forest, which is part of Leeds and Grenville. We have great businesses and services. One of the issues that we have is not being able to attract some of the larger businesses, but hopefully that will happen when they see just how well our growth is and how well we handle our growth through our planning departments and that. Our fire services, we have one of the best around. We have a safe community for our children and our adults and seniors. And we have an openness for everyone to be able to ask questions to our council and to our staff so that they get answers. In the past, I've seen other, oh, I'm raising my hand. We've seen other councils not being able to give information to the public as to, you know, how things are going, what's going on. And that kind of made our public and our members of our community not trustworthy to our council. I find that I've gained a lot of trust with our community, or with our council, sorry, and that it's always a positive thing to see. The one issue that we're dealing with right now is the issue of the construction or future construction of the correctional facility. And there's been a number of negative impact on our community for that or because of that. And I'd just like to say that it's here. They probably will build it. They may not build it depending on the government of the day in the future, but as far as it goes, it's here. It will be built, and we have to embrace it and somehow pivot to make it a positive entity for our community. And I know we can do that by establishing some of the extra lands or gaining the extra lands to make either recreational facilities, the establishment of maybe some of using the riding facility, the equine facility, and that. As far as agricultural lands, yes, Heather, thank you. Agricultural lands the agricultural lands have been farmed so badly that it's not good land to be used. And I hate to be create a negative impact on that, but history says it is what it is. I guess I will wrap it up. As you can tell, I was very, very nervous doing this because I am not a public speaker. I also have not done anything like this in over 35 years. So I guess I'm getting a little bit old to be doing something like this, but I just really would like to thank you for the opportunity to have been able to speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I'll turn it over to members of council to ask questions. Mayor Peckford.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson, Debbie, for your presentation. Very much appreciated. As a business owner yourself and someone who has had, I think, quite a bit of involvement in sort of the downtown business district, if you will, what's your sense of what we can continue to do to foster a vibrant local economy, given COVID, given the developments on County Road 43? What would you suggest or what's your assessment of how things are going?
Thank you for your question. It's always hard to put my finger on what we need down there. I've had some people come to me and say, can we not get this cleaned up? Can we not make the buildings nicer? Can we not do this? Can we not do it? It's up to the building owners down there to take the pride in fixing up their buildings so that it makes it a little bit nicer downtown to attract some businesses moving into there, businesses, services, or whatever. Clean it up, make it accessible. We need more accessibility downtown. We don't have there's lots of parking. It's not accessible parking. What I hear a lot of people saying is they want to park next to the door that they're going into as far as a business. They're not ready to walk to any business. We're not like a Merrickville where people will park along the back streets and walk to everywhere, because we have so many different gaps in where our businesses are and what they are. We just need to have an overall look at it and have a brand for it and make sure that we're on top of it, because that once you attract people to your downtown, that's where they're going to come to your downtown, and then they're going to go to other places in your municipality or in your town.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Strachan.
Thank you, Mr. Dyke, and thank you, Ms. Wilson, for joining us here today and putting your name forward in this application process to replace the deputy mayor. You mentioned a safe community, and I think by and large, I feel that this is a safe community. I'm raising my family here, and I'm more than happy to have them in this in Kemptville and enjoying the space. However, there are folks within our community who are who would not feel safe, who do feel that there are issues in being able to communicate effectively with the rest of the community, to council, and being able to voice those concerns. And so my question to you is, how would you facilitate having those in the community who do not feel they have a voice to come forward and present themselves and be able to talk about what they feel may be solutions for them? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Strachan. In voicing their communication, first of all, there's a process of sending emails to the municipality. There's also ways of, maybe they don't feel comfortable, but there are ways of adding themselves as a delegation for our council meetings, whether it be relevant or not. Maybe there's a group that should get together and present as a delegation to let us know what their concerns are. I'm sure that most of you as councillors and the mayor do get emails. You get phone calls all the time from people that have concerns, and most of you address them, yes, and I would address them, and I would not address them unless I knew what I was going to say to them outright. I don't know if that answers what you were.
It touched on it. It's all about communication, and I think you've represented what you're thinking about ways of communicating with council.
Yeah,
so yes.
And yes, there are people that will write letters in the newspapers also. Paper won't refuse ink, and I'm thankful that our newspapers are open to letters and stories that people can communicate through that also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And a reminder, Councillor, we're just a shade under 10 minutes left now, and now I'll turn to Councillor O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dyke, and thank you, Ms. Wilson, for putting your name forward. And you already serve our community very well, and to take the next step is admirable. You covered a lot of things, and that's great. One of the comments that you made was that we're playing catch up and that we're very fast growing. And so we have a mix of urban and rural people. We have a mix of newcomers and lifelong residents itself. And some of that leads to conflict. And as you may know, a lot of people call council and they have concerns. And then they're complaining about a neighbor. And when you listen to both sides, you can understand and be empathetic with both sides of the story, and they have legitimate concerns. So it's very challenging when this occurs and they want us to do something to fix it or keep it the same so that there's a winner on one side or the other and not a win-win situation. So how would you deal with something like that when that comes up?
It would depend on what the complaint is that you're dealing with. If it's a property line complaint, then I would hope that you would get someone involved through staff to help guide you with something like that. I know myself that we are dealing with complaints through the Police Services Board with road safety, speeding, and various other things. There's a process that the municipality has for that. There's a complaint process that you have to go through. And that is how I would go through it to begin with. You say, you find out who they can talk to and who the complaint can go through to. Then if you have to go beyond that, then you are bringing it back to the whole group of council or whoever it would be in charge of something like that, like a land dispute or noise dispute, someone dumping snow on people's property, noise, and we have bylaws in place for all that. So that you talk to them and through email or through speech, through talking to them orally, then you can tell them what process they take to resolve those disputes. Don't get in the middle of it all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, Deputy Mayor McManaman.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson, for coming to us, or applying, I should say. I've asked this question to a few people, and I've got probably two questions for you, but one of them is, of course, I found out very quickly as a business owner and CEO of a company for a long time that my influence on a board and or of course on a council is one vote, and so we need to come to compromise. So I'm just wondering if you could just explain how you picture yourself in that situation where you have only one vote and you may have a strong opinion on something. That's my first question. Go ahead.
Thank you for the question. So as a counselor sitting on council, I have one vote. Is that what you're, or?
Correct.
Okay.
You're not the boss.
No. So I have a vote. I can vote in favor of something, or I can vote not in favor of something if I strongly believe in my view and my value and the information that I've been given. That's the way forward. As a business owner, you're saying I'm to put myself as a business owner or a counselor?
No, I was just saying that when you're a business owner, you usually make the decisions where a company goes.
Right.
It's usually not a democratic decision. It's usually the boss's decision and or with some input from staff. But on council, you have one vote when there's an issue that comes up and you want to discuss something. So it was just really around how would you handle yourself when you only have one vote. You may be passionate about a specific cause or item, but you don't get your way.
How would I? No, I wouldn't stomp and run out of a meeting like I could, but you have to display a certain amount of diplomacy, and that's the way it is. It's a democratic process. A vote's a vote, and if you don't win your vote, c'est la vie.
Thank you, Deb. The other part of the question was, I did notice that you and this is probably to do with your first question, why did you get involved with the community as you do? So why do you have so many fingers in so many pies in the community? What is this passion about? Tell us a little bit.
Well, the passion for my community is to make sure that my community succeeds, that all the people that are living here, whether they have a business or a vested interest, are sustained, and also one of the other reasons would be to, and I didn't touch on this, is as someone who pays taxes in this community, my passion is to make sure that my taxes are not going through the roof for some things that I would want in this community. There has to be a balance, and there has to be, we have to balance that. We can't just ask for pie in the sky and various other things and not expect to pay for it. But my passion for wanting to have my fingers in every little pie that's going is because I care, and I want to make sure that our community is a success, and that people come here to live and to work and to find a safe community, educate their children, have their grandchildren, and make sure that their children come back and live in our community.
Thank you, Deb.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any more questions from members of council? We've a little bit under 4 minutes to go, but any more questions? All right. If not, I'd like to thank you again.
Sorry.
Oh,
I'm so sorry, Mr. Dyke.
We have about 3 minutes to go.
Indeed, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Just one final question in terms of how you would sort of leverage some of that experience that you have in the various pots that Mr. McManaman referred to. What's your sense of making that potential transition from being a volunteer and a chair, of a committee to a council member? Do you see that as a big leap, or would you see that as something that would require a different kind of skill set?
I don't see it as a big leap. I see it as a little bit of a transition into, I've already experienced a lot of what council is doing and what staff is doing, and I think it would be a fairly easy transition for myself, because I do attend a lot of meetings. Time-wise, I would be able to handle anything in as far as that goes. I'm not sure if, it would be an easy transition for me to move along, and I was really excited when I saw the position. Saddened that Deputy Mayor is leaving, but excited that something like this had opened up to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I think we have run out of time for questions. And so I'd like to thank you once again, Ms. Wilson, for your interest and your taking your time to meet with council today. I'll give you a quick outline on our next steps going forward. Is council will interview for the balance of the day with some preliminary deliberations this afternoon. Final deliberation decisions will be rendered on February 22nd. With an announcement to follow shortly thereafter, when you and all candidates will be contacted by the municipality. And with that, again, thank you and enjoy the balance of your day.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak, and congratulations, and thank you to everyone else that applied. Kudos to everyone that applied for the position. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Take care.
Well, council and members of the public with us, our next interview is scheduled for 3:30. We'll be taking a break until that time, and we'll reconvene on the screen, I guess, at about 3:25. So, just for the purposes of council and members of the public, we had some connectivity issues with Ms. Fisher, and she's attached by phone. So we won't have the image, so she's attached by phone.
Okay. Hello, Ms. Fisher, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good audio. Sorry, we can't see you
good.
visually.
Oh, well, you know what I look like.
And can you see us, or is this strictly teleconference for you?
Yes, unfortunately, strictly teleconference, it will not allow me to connect to Zoom. The internet works fine, but Zoom does not.
Understood. It's okay. Okay, great. It's good to know. All right. Well, then we'll get started if you're ready to get started. We have all members of council. Ms. Wendy Embleton is here, as well as David Shanahan and members of the clerk's office. Good.
Well, I really appreciate. Sorry.
Yep. I will actually, Ms. Fisher, Diana, I will pass it over to Mr. Dyke, CAO. The bylaw in terms of the format for this interview is quite prescriptive. So Mr. Dyke will walk you through the format and invite you to do your presentation. Mr. Dyke.
Thank you, Your Worship, and welcome, Ms. Fisher, and thank you again for your interest in applying to fill the vacancy on the municipal council with the departure of Deputy Mayor McManaman. Council has received copies for your information. Council received copies of your background information, and they've reviewed them ahead of your interview today. And also by bylaw, today's interview is limited to 30 minutes. I would start the interviews by asking you 3 questions that have been previously approved by council and that were made available to you prior to today's interview. You'll be provided 15 minutes to provide your answers, and 15 minutes will be allotted to council to ask follow-up questions based on the information you provided in your presentation. And to get things started, I will now read the questions for you. Once I'm done reading the questions, your 15 minutes will start. And our clerk, Ms. Babcock Cormier, will notify us when you have 1 minute left in your presentation. And seeing as you're on your phone, it was a visual prompt previously. She will actually say that out loud to your presentation. So with that, Ms. Fisher, I'd address the following 3 questions to council. 1, what prompted you to apply to serve on council? 2, what experiences from your personal and professional life do you see as strengths in shaping how you approach serving on council? And 3, what are the most important issues that North Grenville is currently facing? Ms. Fisher.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I remember being interested in serving on council when I was a little girl growing up in Kempville, and Jean Somerville was the mayor. I found that she was an inspirational leader even when I was a young girl, and I was always very interested in what council did for the community and with the community. Later on, as a journalist, I was sometimes the only person in the audience along with the other media members, and I learned how council works. And actually, I feel like we formed a partnership with council, municipal staff, and the media to try to resolve issues and create innovation and bring things together in the community. To me, council has the power to bring people together, to listen to all sides, resolve issues, attract and support business, and improve quality of life all around for its residents. And I believe that council can put North Grenville on the map as the little community that grew and retained its small town culture of caring for and supporting its residents. Want me to go ahead to number 2?
Yes, please just continue straight through.
Thank you. Here's what I feel that I can bring to the table as a councillor in North Grenville. I have extensive personal knowledge of the area and its history, having been born at Grenville District Hospital in 1968 and living both in town and in rural areas in North Grenville. I remember driving down Highway 16 to Ottawa to get McDonald's. That was a big deal when I was growing up. I also remember when the 416 came in, and it changed our community for the better, but also brought in new issues that we would need to deal with in terms of rapid growth. And being one of the fastest growing communities in Eastern Ontario, I think that this continues to be something that is in the forefront of residents' minds. The other thing that I feel that I can contribute as a councillor is my experience in journalism. I'm used to having my ear to the ground, finger on the pulse. I've been a journalist I was a journalist for over 15 years in North Grenville. I have research and interview skills and have always been interested in how other communities of similar size and scope might deal with similar issues in other parts of the world. Having traveled extensively and hosted international students 10 times, I feel that we have a lot to learn by sharing our experiences with other communities and seeing if there are any commonalities there that can help us to resolve our own issues. I did some thinking as to what might be the current issues that North Grenville is dealing with. I feel that they all sort of lead to the same overarching umbrella issue, being responsible growth. We would love to see some more people of color, some affordable housing and support services for mental health, violence against women, homelessness, youth at risk, But these issues can all be addressed in terms of responsible growth. And I feel that the support systems will organically come into place as we grow our population. But we have to make sure that we do it in a way where we're listening to people. And it's not just an issue of we have to maintain our small town culture and avoid not having more big box stores, which is what a lot of people seem to be worried about. We need to allow the economic development in a way that's sustainable and that also addresses those underlying support services that are so important when a community grows. And that is pretty much my brief answers to your 3 questions. I could go on about how I feel we need to break down silos in terms of our support services. When I sat with the Community Safety and Wellness Council with David Shanahan, we were looking at the different support groups and how they each operate in their own silo, their own focus area. And if we can give up some of the constraints around privacy issues in terms of sharing information, those mental health supports, police services, and other supports could work together to provide a firm foundation for youth at risk and perhaps support them in mental health issues, homelessness, and avoid issues in the future where that person might turn to crime or fall into an area where they're not going to be able to lift themselves back up. So that, I believe, is the end of my portion. If anybody has any questions.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Thank you. I will now turn it over to members of council, starting with Mayor Peckford.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Fisher, and thank you for doing this by teleconference. I'm sure it's not ideal, but we appreciate your commitment to being part of the process. So obviously you've seen North Grenville evolve and grow, Kempville evolve and grow, and you've signaled some issues of certainly of concern to you, and I think council and the community generally. What's your sense of how you could leverage momentum on some of those things, whether it's access to better mental health services or violence resources for women experiencing violence against women? As a prospective member of council, where would you sort of take your first step to channel some of that energy, given where you see the gaps are currently?
I think the issue has always been one of connection and a willingness to share resources, information, and supports. Each group is very, very good at doing what they do, and we need to share the information in order to, like, for example, it can be very private, personal information about a youth at risk or a woman who's at risk. And so if the mental health services is able to share information that they have with the people that are working in police services or the violence against women shelters in the area, they can all work together to help that person. It's always been about connection, and I think certainly if you look behind most crimes, there's a mental health crisis at work. So I think if we work from the ground up, that was such an important model that we were looking at with the Community Safety and Wellness Council in terms of all of the different support groups working together, sharing their information, remaining approachable and accessible to each other, and certainly approachable by the people in need in the community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members, questions from other members of council? Councillor Barkley.
Yes, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Dyke. And again, thank you, Diana, for putting your name forward. You spoke to, under issues, you spoke to some of the misunderstandings people had about business growth. In particular that, as you put it, we can't slow down some certain types of growth. And I think you mentioned box stores. What other kind of misunderstandings do you think that this community has about other issues from your perspective?
Sure. I think perhaps my background in journalism and having to maintain a neutral position as my own little Switzerland and keeping my opinions to myself has been helpful in that when I have conflicting opinions in my own family, in my friend circle, in my colleagues' circles, I find it easier to look at an issue from the outside as a journalist would. So, for example, when Walmart came in and people were saying, you know, there's deer, I was there that day when there were deer standing on the edge of the clearing, wondering where their forest had gone, and then other people worrying about the smaller grocery stores in town having to compete. I think the new prison is obviously something where we have some misconceptions. Sometimes there's no shortage of information, but the people who are most against the jail seem to not trust or believe the information that they're receiving, because I did sit in on that first public information session about the jail, and I'm able to bring that information forward to anyone who is against the jail, but I see their point. They're afraid that it's a political issue and that the people that are building the jail are just telling us what we want to hear, that it's going to be an innovative institution in terms of mental health services and support, and that there will be no increased demand on our hospital services or our municipal utilities. They just don't believe what they're hearing, and they're concerned as well that the land was not meant to be used in that way when we went through this process of discovering what a hub would look like for education and health. A jail didn't fit into that profile, and that's what they're against as well. There's many, many different issues around the jail, and I think you can talk to 4 or 5 different people, and they're all going to have a different answer as to why they don't want the jail. The people that do want the jail, I think, are looking at it as, even if they haven't heard the information session where it's being described as something that's going to be cutting edge and forward thinking and progressive in terms of supporting the people that are there. I think a lot of people are looking at it as another business in town. And in that way, there will be more visitors coming to our area, and concerns around lack of public transit. It doesn't really hold water in terms of other areas where, you don't know where the visitors are coming from. So if they don't have public transit to visit who's in jail, it's not an issue in other places. So it is a very complicated one, but I think that we can all work together to clarify some of those answers for people.
Thank you. Councillor Strachan.
Thank you, Mr. Dyke. Thank you, Ms. Fisher, for joining us and putting your name forward for this soon-to-be vacant position. You mentioned the role of council to put North Grenville on the map, and that it's the little town that grew and managed to retain its character as well. So perhaps if you could expand upon that idea and talk about which areas you feel we aren't currently on the map, or areas that we could be better placed on the map, I suppose, and which means you would use to get there.
Okay, I think that in terms of small town culture, small towns the world over are suffering in terms of their downtown BIA and supporting the businesses that are there in old town areas. This is something that's always been a challenge for Kemptville, but it's also a natural pattern of a growth of a community, I think, where businesses are going to be out on the outskirts where people are moving in terms of commuting to the city or coming in from the highway. So it's kind of natural and organic that that's going to happen. I think that maybe our focus should not be on keeping everything the way it was. We can still have a vibrant downtown, but it's not going to necessarily look the way it does in other places. We have to find what works for us. And how are we going to get people to come to our downtown? Well, it's not necessarily going to be the same reasons that draw people downtown Merrickville or Almont. So there's other communities that are doing really well, having supported big box stores coming in on their outskirts, and they still have a vibrant downtown. So we just have to find out what works for us and what our image, what our profile is going to be for our downtown DIA.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Sullivan.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Ms. Fisher, for putting your name in the hat for filling this position that will soon be available. And so actually, Councillor Strachan took one of my questions, so I'll move on to a different one, which I've actually asked previously to other candidates. It's how you would deal with conflict. While we all, I think, agree that we want to maintain the small town culture that we have, and yet provide services to our residents that whatever we can, but still maintaining the small town culture. And some of this leads to conflict between residents, between neighbors even, when they are, I'm going to say noise or snowmobiles or things like that, that disturbing their peace, for example. And how would you deal with conflicts when really, if you listen to both sides, they may both have very legitimate concerns? So how would you deal with that?
I think when dealing with conflict, the first thing you need to do is be very transparent and make sure that both sides understand where the other side is coming from. Make sure that each side is heard and given the opportunity to express their point of view. We have bylaws in place and we have systems for enforcing them that I find are very effective. Sometimes there's compromise. Compromise can be really important. When we had a large farm party and the bylaw said you need to be quiet by 11 p.m., we called the municipality and we were told, talk to the neighbors who are going to be affected by the noise and ask them how they feel about it. Well, most of them were at the party, but the other ones didn't seem to mind. So we were okay to go a little bit past the 11 p.m. cutoff. So sometimes, you know, the dirt bikes in the area, for example, I think it depends on the issue, and obviously people listen to each other and they take each other into consideration. I don't think that there's too many issues that we can't bridge in terms of just working things out, making sure each person is heard. I think that's the main issue. A lot of times there's a conflict because someone hasn't had the opportunity to express exactly what their reasoning is for their point of view.
Okay, thank you. I think that's the only question I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Strachan has a follow-up question.
Yes, Ms. Fisher. So you spoke of the gap in communications and information sharing between groups, service groups, support groups in our community and in the area at large. And I think that, you know, perhaps that is one aspect of it. And I guess the follow-up to that would be when we're talking about representation and how council can best reflect the concerns of groups that don't feel they have a voice or don't have a voice in our community. We need to make sure that we have a way of getting to the ground truth, I'll call it, from those different groups. So how would you see council making improvements in how they get that information, how they have those conversations with underserved and underrepresented groups?
I think that there has been recent advancement in the area of sharing private information. I'm not sure if it was with your council or with Ottawa Council, or I've heard something on the news fairly recently in the last couple of years, and I thought it was a really great advancement in terms of sharing private information or allowing it to be shared in special circumstances because there's a common goal of supporting that individual. And I think that that's really important. We have to be able to bend some some rules around privacy for the greater good. I think we can look at, again, at other communities, other cultures, other parts of the world, and how they handle things like that. If we research, where is the lowest crime rate, we can look at how they do things differently, and could that possibly be a factor? Where are youth more likely to pursue post-secondary education, and how are they supported through their adolescent years to make choices that are going to set them up for a better future? We can look at other cultures and see how things are done that way. But in our community, I think that has been an issue, but I think that this council and, its various boards and committees has been very, very, very good at trying to bring people together. The connections are strong, and from what I can see, things are working in a way that there's cooperation between the groups, and the silos are breaking down in many cases. I've seen some examples where people are sharing information, even when I'm volunteering with the Salvation Army. And then there's people that are volunteering alongside me or coming in to perform various duties for the Salvation Army. And mental health services is one of them. Connect Youth. They are breaking down silos in that they're connecting and showing an interest in what the other group is doing. And you can do that without necessarily revealing private information about various clients. And other times there's just no way around it. You have to share names and information to help somebody. But I think we're on the right path.
10 minutes left.
Thank you.
Thank you. Follow-up question from Mayor Peckford.
Hi, Dana. Thank you again. What's your sense of what makes a good team? Obviously, at this stage in council's term, becoming part of a team is fairly crucial, I think, to both individual and collective success. So just curious, given your background, your volunteer work with a variety of groups and organizations, what do you think is the ticket when it comes to becoming part of a team or facilitating or fostering sort of a team mentality, if you will?
Mm-hmm. In my experience, the best teams are the ones where people just put it all out on the table. If you have an issue with someone or with the way things are going, you need to just say, I have an issue with this. And then the team has to decide whether they're going to make a change or whether they're going to let it stick. And then that person has to decide what their personal decision is. I have been on a team before where it hasn't meshed. The members of the team were all friends outside of their common group, but when they worked together, it didn't mesh. There was a conflict in personalities and the common goal, they lost sight of their common goal. So I actually stepped back and took myself out of that group. And then over the next year or two, there was a change in the membership, and I was able to help out on the sidelines a little bit more without getting right back into the full-time work with the group. But I think it's really important to be respectful, professional, and to just say, look, I think that you have a problem with this or with that, or maybe you have a problem with me. Let's talk about it and see if we can find a resolution. And usually, people are on a team for a common purpose and they want to achieve their goals. And they're usually pretty committed to say, we can have a difference of opinion as people, but we can still work together on a team.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Just for a reminder, we have roughly about 7 minutes left. Deputy Mayor McManaman has a question.
Hello, Ms. Fisher. Thanks for joining us today from your nice warm climate you're in. The question I have for you is, my position on council, of course, is not the deputy mayor, it's the councillor position. And you probably got 3-4 months of actual work that you can get done, big decisions to make before the council goes into a kind of a lame duck period. But what would, in the next few months, if you were selected, what would be your #1 issue you'd like to go after yourself and bring your council colleagues on board with you? What would you tackle?
I would really like to, if given the opportunity, I would like the chance to speak more to the group that is against the jail. I have friends and family that are in that group, and I think that it's important to understand where they're coming from. It's not just sentimental issues for most of them. They have very strong, clear opinions about it. And I think there's a bit of a division. Obviously, the people who are for the jail or neutral are not necessarily as vocal. And so the people who are against the jail deserve respect too and deserve to be heard. And I think that that's something that we could handle in a mature and progressive way.
Thank you. Any more questions from members of council? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to thank you again, Ms. Fisher, for putting your name forward for consideration for the vacant council seat. And I'll just take a few minutes to walk you through the next steps in our process. There's some more interviewing for council to be done today, which will be followed by some preliminary deliberations. Final deliberations and decisions will be made by council on February 22nd at their council meeting on the 22nd of February. And then notice of decision will be put out from then. If you don't have any questions with that, we'll let you go and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to interview. Cuba is known for its beaches, not its internet.
Thank you. We
you.
appreciate your patience. Thanks for coming
Thank
on.
you.
All right. Take good
Bye-bye.
care. Enjoy. Bye.
All right, for council and members of the public joining us today, our last interview is scheduled for 4:15. It's currently 5 to 4, so if we reconvene at a little after 4:10 for the last interview.
Thank you. And Mr. Stevenson has joined the meeting.
Welcome, Mr. Stevenson.
He's still connecting.
Oh, he's still connecting. I can see that now.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah.
Okay.
And Mr. Stevenson appears to be connected now.
Yes. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Mr. Stevenson. Do you plan to turn on your camera or is this just an audio?
Yes.
Okay.
No, sorry about that.
There you go. Okay, thanks. Awesome.
I put on my good shirt and everything.
Okay, sounds good. Well, welcome on behalf of myself and council colleagues. It's a pleasure to have you here today. As per the bylaw, which is in place to oversee the replacement of a councillor who leaves early, I'm going to invite Mr. Dyke to walk you through the next steps of the interview, and we'll take it from there. So go ahead, Mr. Dyke.
Thank you, Your Worship, and welcome, Mr. Stevenson, and thank you for your interest in applying for the fill the vacancy of the on council with the departure of Deputy Mayor McManaman. Council had, just for your information, council will receive copies of your background information packages in preparation for today's information, today's interview. By bylaw, today's interview is limited to 30 minutes. I will ask you 3 questions that were previously approved by council and that were made available to you ahead of the interview. You'll be provided 15 minutes to provide your answers to the questions, and council will be afforded the final 15 minutes of the interview to ask follow-up questions based on the information you provide. I will now read the 3 questions, after which your 15 minutes will begin, and the clerk will notify you when there is 1 minute left in your allotted time. So Mr. Stevenson, please address the following questions to council. 1, and just I'll read all 3 questions and you just give your complete answers. What prompted you to apply to serve on council? What experiences from your personal professional life do you see as strengthening in shaping how you will approach and serve on council? And lastly, what are the most important issues that North Grenville is currently facing? Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Dyke. And Mayor Peckford, council, staff, media, and fellow taxpayers. My name is Don Stevenson. I live on Kennedy Road, just east of town with my wife and my stepson. I have 4 children and we're down to 1. I was born and raised in North Gore and moved to North Grenville 16 years ago. I am a professional accountant working in the heavy construction and home building industries. A half a lifetime ago, I was successful municipal councillor and thoroughly enjoyed the position. My foray into politics ended when the former township of Rideau was amalgamated with Ottawa. It was a good time for me to take a break, as it allowed me to focus more on raising my children and actively participating in their education and their youth sports. What prompted me to apply to serve on council? Since the moment I stopped being a councillor, I always thought I would try to be involved again one day. My 10 years as a councillor in rural municipality was very rewarding. I enjoyed very much helping make tough decisions, helping to shape the future, and most importantly, helping to enrich the lives of constituents. When I saw the notice on the municipal website and realized it would be a relatively brief term, I thought my service might be a mutually beneficial solution for all of us. If selected, I would have an opportunity to do something that I know I enjoy, and council would have an individual with a head start due to my previous municipal experience, my education, and my work experience. My motivation isn't because I think the current councillor is not doing a good job. In fact, I think this current council is doing an excellent job. I am looking to complement council and to join a team and to work with you. I do feel I offer a lot of experience and will detail in the next question some of the benefits that might be to council. I've also resided in a rural area my entire life, so could perhaps add a perspective from my rural farming and rural living background. At this point, I am undecided about an election this fall, but probably leaning towards not yet. What experiences from my personal and professional life do I see as strengths in shaping how I would approach serving on council? My experience with serving the community began at a very young age. Growing up in a rural community, I began as a child as I watched my parents through their support and involvement in dozens of community organizations and events. Whether it was my dad chairing a community group or my mom baking pies for the church, their continual support of the community enveloped me. My parents didn't just attend the community events, they stayed until the chairs were stacked. It was no accident then that at 15 years old, I became the co-president of the town's men's fastball league. Then, when the local recreation association wasn't maintaining the ball fields to my liking, I ran for and was elected president of the community center board. For 7 years, I remained their president and lead organizer of Canada Day, winter carnivals, other community events. I sought funding and with the help of a lot of people, built a new outdoor rink, toboggan hill, playground, and made improvements to a ball field. All this as I went off to university, where I was a member of the Carleton University Commerce Society. Shortly after graduating with an honors Bachelor of Commerce degree, I decided to run in a municipal election. The former mayor had decided to take a step back and run as a councillor. I beat him and the 2 incumbent councillors and began a 10-year term on council. I worked hard on council, working with staff, council members, and many community groups to help guide the municipality. At the same time, I was working full-time at Perkins Lumber, and Lyle Perkins was a strong supporter of the rural fire department in North Gore. Through him and my brother Kevin, who was a firefighter, volunteer firefighter for 30 years, I gained a good knowledge of volunteer fire departments. When Rideau Township was amalgamated with Ottawa, I decided to take a break from politics. I went off, registered in the CMA program and became a professional accountant. I'm now a CPA. My children were enrolled in nursery school in North Gore at the time. So of course I joined the executive and became their treasurer for 4 years, because that's just how I was raised. Growing up, I worked on my uncle's dairy farm from a young age. I then worked for a cash crop farmer for 12 years until I graduated from university. I loved the work, and I learned a lot about agriculture and hard work. In 2001, I left Perkins Lumber. Oh, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we're good. I think there was just some background noise. Go ahead.
Sorry. In 2001, I left Perkins Lumber and went off to work for two brothers that I had went to high school with. I have been their accountant, formerly vice president of finance for D&G Landscaping ever since. I have roles in other companies that they have either started or bought. My title is about accounting, but my roles are very broad. Everything from legal issues to finance, government compliance, and human relations. Throughout my life, I've been very involved in sports. I began coaching my adult softball team 37 years ago and haven't stopped since. I founded the North Core Mixed Slow Pitch League 27 years ago. I was coach, assistant coach, manager, or trainer of almost every hockey and softball team my children and stepchildren played on. That's about 80 teams. Every aspect of my personal and professional experience has helped make me who I am today. My professional life has shaped me into a small C conservative, ever cognizant of the financial and legal implications of decisions. I have excellent interpersonal skills. I know how to work productively in a committee environment. I have very strong working knowledge of most of the types of issues that rise to council. But it doesn't end there. I listen more than I talk. For any issue I would deal with, I would read the staff report, listen to my council colleagues, do my own research, speak to the people in favor, speak to the people opposed, and get questions if I have any answers. When my previous council career ended, I took the most pride in the fact that I was respected by everybody, my constituents, staff, and council. Because on any given issue, someone was bound to disagree with my eventual position, but nobody could ever say that I didn't understand the issue at hand or that I hadn't listened to their view. What are the most important issues that North Grenville is facing? I came up with 3. There are many issues that affect North Grenville, and new ones come along each day, but I'll focus on the 3. First one, maintaining our rural identity. All rural communities have evolved over the past few hundred years. At any point, if you were to look back, changes are noticeable. I am very concerned regarding this issue in North Grenville in the face of such rapid population growth. My concern is that with such huge growth, we won't be able to maintain our current identity. Most people that move to the area come here for the very values that I fear could be eroded with such rapid growth. I've seen it before in the effect that it had on the village of Manotick when I was a councillor there. This issue is difficult to measure and quantify. Good leadership from the municipality, our local volunteer organizations, and our churches can go a long way to ensuring the assimilation process is beneficial. The second one I identified was development pressure and infrastructure needs. Though related to number 1, it's different. Fast growth causes needs for infrastructure, whether that's more soccer fields or larger sewer pipes and better roads, additional sidewalks. I know I'm not telling council anything they don't already know. I have studied how planning takes place in other places in the world. Excuse me. Unfortunately for us here in Ontario, we do it backwards. This won't change anytime soon. I observed a suburb in Atlanta over a 5-year span a while back. I went there in year 1, there were empty fields and they were building a 6-lane freeway. In year 2, the fields were empty and they were constructing schools, parks, and amenities. Excuse me. Then the next 3 years, the houses and commercial development came. That's smart, logical growth. Sadly, in Ontario, it doesn't happen like that due to finances, climate, and I presume a lack of vision. North Grenville can't completely change that, but our infrastructure must not be an afterthought, or 2 things happen. Number 1, the taxpayer pays for it. And number 2, all residents suffer through deficient core services until it's restored. Excuse me. One of the solutions is to ensure that developers who will benefit greatly from future residential growth pay their fair share, especially for capital improvements. There are many options to consider to help take some of the added pressure off the municipal budget. The third one I identified was budget pressure. The current economic climate is not great. Though we are sheltered in the Ottawa area to an extent, there is no appetite in our municipality or any municipality for any significant property tax increase. Couple that with ever rising prices of supplies, wages, and the value of the Canadian dollar, and we have a recipe for a challenging budget process. Excuse me. As more and more people migrate to North Grenville, I predict increasing pressure to provide municipal services that many of our new neighbors may have experienced in places they previously resided. Creativity and sound reason will help ensure we are able to balance the debits and the credits. My extensive education and professional experience will benefit council relative to our budget, both current and capital. The last 7 years I was on council previously, I was the chair of corporate affairs. I knew the budget as well as the treasurer. I didn't try to do his job, but it allowed me to do mine very well. So in closing, from my past council experience, my education, and my professional experience gained over 35 years, I guarantee you I'll be a very good steward of the taxpayers' money. My profession requires me to be a fiscal conservative. Most decisions the council faces involves money. I have the skills, education, and experience to analyze each of these issues and give appropriate consideration to the effect they will have on the budget. That's my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. I'll now turn it over to members of council for questions. Deputy Mayor McManaman.
Thank you, Mr. Dyke, and thank you, Mr. Stevenson, for coming forward. Of course, the question I have for you, the third question, we talk about issues in North Grenville. So I've asked this question before. So the question to you, and I've got another question as well, but is if you're a lucky candidate to get on, if you're picked, what would be the number one issue that you'd like yourself and council to go after based on what you know about North Grenville at this point? That's number one.
Well, I think whether I wanted to go after it or not, there will be a lot of time spent doing damage control on the widening of County Road 43. It's going to come up in every element of council's discussions. I just predict complete chaos, and not that I think anyone could have done much differently prior to now to change that. But with all that traffic diverted to secondary and residential roads, it's going to be a very big item facing council.
Right. You may or may not know the Highway 43, yes, the planning stages are happening. There are some delays for sure. So for your period in council, you probably have 3 or 4 months of actually making decisions, which probably won't be anything to do with 43 since this is a county highway. Do you have any other issue or thoughts on North Grenville issues that you would tackle?
Well, I think the official plan, and there's very recently a new aggregate resource called Bedrock that is going to have massive implications on the municipality and certainly virtually every landowner in North Grenville. So I think effort will need to be expended rapidly by council to try and amend the local official plan to mitigate some of the impacts that will have on the municipality, on the taxpayers.
Okay, thank you. And the other question I had, you mentioned developers paying their fair share. And since you have some council experience, you understand what developers have to pay. I'm not sure if you know what they are required to pay within North Grenville, but basically, what do you mean by pay their fair share? And if they're not paying their fair share, under your understanding, what would you implement to make sure that they are paying their fair share?
Well, understood. The Development Charge Act is set in place, and it's not as if we can go over and above it, but we can certainly get creative. There's often times where rather than take a small half-acre park in multiple subdivisions, we could work with developers to get some alternate property donated to the municipality to make a larger regional park in suburban areas. It's a creative thing, and not unlike things that the municipality has been doing. I don't pretend to have a bunch of solutions that haven't been considered or talked about, but just to continually hold the developers to the highest standard that we can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barclay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stevenson, for applying for the position. I noted in your introductory remarks your sharing of your experience of being on council for 10 years previously. And then later on, you said you're not planning to run in the fall. And I'm just curious why that is, why you would rule that out. Given your experience of being on council and knowing how council works, and your experience, if you were successful, of being on this council for at least 8 months.
Well, being a politician, my words were carefully selected to say that I didn't think I would be running this fall. And I certainly, I do know it's a very significant commitment. And I suppose if I were successful over the 8 months, I would be able to gauge the workload. I know it's really something that's hard to quantify. So if I were to ask any one of you, how many minutes a week do you spend being a councillor? It ranges immensely to all of them, down to the meetings that are scheduled. So I am very much interested in it. The kids have all left. I don't play hockey any longer, so I do have the time. I do have a full-time job, and I would want to be careful and make sure I'm in a position to commit long-term to being a counselor, because I really don't do anything halfway. And I would want to make sure that I had enough time, not for the meetings. I know I have the time for the meetings, but it's really to speak to all of the organizations, all of the taxpayers who need to be discussed or have discussions on issues. And so I'll be gauging that. And I do expect that at some time I will look to get back into it, because I very, very much do enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Peckford.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Stevenson. Appreciate this. And clearly, you bring an understanding of some of those municipal processes, which is obviously useful from time to time. And I'd love to follow up with you later on the aggregate master plan. But that being said, just in terms of teamwork coming in at this particular juncture, what's your sense of how you as an individual would work to facilitate or advance that sort of sense of collectivity to the extent that that's possible? Of course, there's always differences, and it wouldn't be healthy if people didn't disagree. So we totally accept that. But what's your sense of how you might approach this opportunity in terms of helping to really join a team that to some extent has gelled and has had a history and a bit of a rhythm, just by virtue of the term that we've served together. We're not quite there yet, but we're well into it at this stage. Thanks so much.
Yeah, that's something that I did put quite a bit of thought into. And I would need to get up to speed because I detailed a lot of my strengths. I do have some weaknesses, and the weaknesses are that I haven't been very involved with local community groups, and I don't know the individuals very well. So I would certainly want to become aware of all of the issues facing not just council, but all of the local nonprofits. I would certainly need to get up to speed with the budget. I've been an armchair politician for the last 15 years. I watch you guys, I read your agendas, I look at your minutes, and I follow in a general way what you've been dealing with. But then obviously I'd want to make some time and sit down, hopefully either as a group or individually with all of council and staff to get an understanding of what the key issues are and what council sees as important over the next 8 months.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Councilor O'Sullivan, we have about 8 minutes left, Council.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Stevenson, thank you for putting your name forward to fill this position. And I think we may have met in the past. I was on the Committee of Adjustment for Osgood Township at the same time as you were on for Rideau Township. So I think maybe some of those networking conferences, etc. However, my question for you is, it's very important to everyone, and I think that came forward in all the stakeholder feedback for the strategic plan, that maintaining our rural identity is very important to everyone, including the people who have just moved into town. They come here for the rural atmosphere, and yet sometimes they want big city amenities and big city benefits, and realizing that instead of having 200 people in 1 kilometer contributing taxes, we may now have 10 people or less in 1 kilometer. So, you know, there's a whole different ballgame, and sometimes conflicts arise in terms of, you know, snowmobilers going through the backyard or people allowed to bow hunt in Ferguson Forest. And so the compromise between satisfying the urban area and the rural area and the newcomers and the lifelong residents of North Grenville arise. So how do you propose we can balance that and maintain the rural identity that is precious to everyone?
Well, I don't think there's any one given solution. But council has to have continued commitment to showing leadership in maintaining that. And you're right, there are mutually exclusive activities with snowmobilers and cross-country skiers, with hunters and horseback riders and dog walkers. But continually we have to make decisions that maintain the existing fabric. And the decisions often run deeper. Obviously, when it comes to safety on roads, the easiest solution would be to make every road 40 kilometers an hour. And we all know that that's not possible, not when we're not with a municipality the size we have. We need county roads. We need speed limits that get people from A to B. We can direct them off of the residential streets and onto collector roads and the highway, but there's always going to be decisions, and every single person who thinks cars go too quickly on the road is going to ask for a speed bump and a stop sign, and you just can't put them everywhere. So you have to balance it. You have to talk to staff. You have to talk to the constituents and the people on both sides of issues, and just continually show leadership to maintain. And you're right, that's what's attracting them out here. And I was sad for the people that moved out here, bought their quarter of an acre in Equinell, and then were told they're not allowed to have bonfires in their backyard, because that's the very fabric of rural life. I'm lucky, I have 160 acres. So far I'm still allowed to have bonfires. but we're continually needing to maintain the what makes us attractive. And yes, I see it. I see it on the Facebook groups where people are here sometimes less than a year and then say, well, yeah, but now we want a Costco Winners and an indoor pool. And maybe we can't necessarily control any of those things. The pool, we can. It's a financial test, whenever we're ready to do it. I'm sure everyone wants one. I want one. But with the population, and it's not an amenity that bodes well with user pay. So it's a big decision. But we have to protect us from ourselves for sure.
Thank you.
And just for council, we're under the 5-minute mark, and I'll turn to that with Councillor Strachan.
Thank you, Mr. Dyke, and thank you, Mr. Stevenson, for joining us and putting your name forward to potentially fill this vacancy. You spoke to, so I guess to start off, it's important for any council to be open and transparent with residents and to find an effective way to communicate with them. I think that your point about listening more than talking is very important. There's an awful lot of listening that's required because a lot of comments and thoughts and concerns do come to council directly. Looking at your past experience as councillor and perhaps any other professional experience or personal experience you may have, when you look at communication with residents, especially perhaps in a rural community where maybe not everybody is online, where there are all sorts of different groups that you're looking to reach out to, and also in particular, being able to access and have meaningful conversations with folks who are underserved or do not always have a voice in this community. Do you have any thoughts on effective ways that you've learned to reach out to those communities and perhaps any ways that you think things could be done better than what they are currently?
Oh, there's a multitude of things. And I think this current council has done a great job communicating. The internet does reach most people, and there's all kinds of information. You're continually updating people, staff and council. But there's always more you can do. And whether it be a monthly drop-in coffee house activity, individual newsletters or group newsletters. And I know this council has been very good at being present at community events, but continuing to be present at community events and listening and talking. And also really the biggest resource, if there's 100 local community groups, every single one of the people involved in those is a champion in getting the message through to council. So taking the time to listen to them as a conduit to get an idea of what the community is thinking is helpful as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from members of council? Well, seeing none, I thank you again, Mr. Stevenson, for your interest and your participation today. And I'll just close it off by providing you with some information regarding next steps as we move forward in this process. Council, you are our last interview today. So leaving this, the interview council will begin preliminary deliberations today, with final deliberations and a decision being made on February 20, or council meeting on February 22nd. And at that time, notification will be made. So once again, I thank you for your interest and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson, very much for spending time with us.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson.
Yes, thanks to all of you. Good luck.
Okay, take care.
Okay.
And with that, your worship, that concludes our session today. I'd like to thank the members of the public and the media that held in there with us through since 9 o'clock this morning. Again, we're done this session, the public portion of this session.